Welcome in, folks. Welcome in. Thank you all so much for being here. Surely do appreciate it. Hope you're having a wonderful Wednesday. Omni, what's happening?
Hello, everyone. I'm the last Omnitech, your favorite robot American. Thank you all for tuning in to Mouse Guard: The Frontier. And yeah, oh man, what isn't going on? It's been a lot today. Not gonna lie, I'm kind of still recovering. So knowing that, we should probably talk about what we're going to be doing, which is Mouse Guard, an incredible romp through a wonderful, fantastic world of high adventure, potential threat, and basically Game of Thrones if it was populated by mice, hedgehogs, and weasels. And I'm super excited to see you guys get back to it. Why don't we do a recap and an intro of everyone at the start? So whoever wants to go first, and you guys know the drill. Whoever does this, you're going to get yourself Persona, you're going to get yourself Fate. Your call, either one.
I'll go last, but first of all, Neris, thank you for the resub, dude. Oh my god.
Neris, thank you.
So much love, homie. Thank you so much.
Let's see. Okay, so Derek wants to go last. Which of you two schmucks want to go first?
Well,
My lovely mice.
Yeah, I'll go first. Sorry, I had to clear the goo from my throat real quick. So where we left off last, yeah, so we had that big battle. We had the big crab battle, TM, and
Big crab battle, TM.
So sorry, I'm just having like a complete poo brain moment. Giles led his people into the woods, and he was just like, all right, we're going into the woods. We're going to make first contact to make sure, in case anything goes fucky, that we're the ones talking to these people and not a bunch of glorified knight people that order people around. So he met with, what the hell's his name?
I'll give you a hint. It's a time of day.
Midnight.
High Noon. So we met with High Noon, and he met with. Name's McCree.
Excuse me, Cassidy. But anyway.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. That instantly fixed everything Blizzard did
Sorry,
wrong. Anyway,
I couldn't
Perfectly.
play it because the queue is 40,000 people long. I'm just kidding. I didn't download that trash.
nah, I'm not playing that shit. So I'm listening to like 70s like background music. So I'm just like, all right, man. So here's the scoop. So
here's the skinny.
here's the. So we met with Mr. Midnight, and Giles recognized him because Giles' weapon was literally made by this guy, and Giles is just like, "Oh, so you're." Let me get my Scottish. So you're living in there. Yeah, there we go. Getting in Scottish. So you got kicked out of your home because you're a traitor, and you came over here and you didn't tell anybody that you're a traitor. Oh, little lord. In short, Giles is probably going to kill him at some point. But he led us back to his kingdom, and he has like symbology of him everywhere, like Adolf Hitler or some shit. And I sent Arabelle back to like let everybody know that I was going into like the danger zone, like enemy territory. And we found out that this guy, he's just like, yeah, this place was built by weasels, and now we oppress them because of the faults of their ancestors. And Giles is just like, no, and he doesn't like that very much at all. How about no, you fucking guinea fuck? Oh, sorry, that was a slur. But it's a slur for Italian people. Okay. But let me think. Wait, no, guinea's a. Is that Italian?
Okay, we're good enough with knowing that it's not something we should say. We don't need to find no more. We need to find.
I'm sorry.
New Guinea is a
I love
wonderful
Italy.
place, I hear.
It is, and guinea pigs are adorable.
Sorry, I was getting into my fucking like mafia zone. Like, we're not playing Cthulhu. I shouldn't say
It's
that.
the 70s music.
It's
It is. You need to
music
get the
is making
disco out
me
of your
racist.
soul, buddy.
No, I love Italian people. I play half of my characters are Italian characters. But where was I? Oh yeah, they had a meeting. They had a big old meeting, and pretty much everybody that was anybody in our expedition came. And I'll let somebody else pick up because I just covered a lot of stuff in one go.
Feel free to expound on any of that. Red, your choice, of course, as always. You know the drill.
Yeah, like I said, my bad. 70s music is making me racist. I said a white person slur. It was like me calling one of you guys a cracker. Who cares?
Oh shit! You can't say that.
You can't say that on Twitch?
No.
Are you kidding?
No, Hasanabi got a fucking 7-day slap.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, you can't say that.
Oh my god.
What he was saying was soup crackers are delicious.
I love
That's true.
saltines
I
in my
agree
chicken
with
noodle
that.
soup.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Soup crackers.
It's because we're salty all the time on stream. That's why. It has nothing to do with anything or its use in the past 40 years.
You're goddamn right. I'm being problematic. I'll just stop.
All right.
While you're somewhat ahead. I guess I'll pick up since Derek wants to go last, but I am
Sounds
having a little bit of trouble remembering what happened after that.
They got
Okay.
times.
I know that we met with Gwendolyn at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Or rather, we kind of met with her and Midnight. And
She commissioned us to go find him.
yes. I know that Dukan asked us to help him with something or do something with him, but Derek will probably touch on that. Sorry guys, it's been a while since we last played, so I'm kind of
Yeah.
drawing a blank, but I am playing Sayana the Small. She is a small mouse with big adventure in her heart, and she's out here.
She out here.
Got
She
an
is
apprentice, slowly becoming second hand to Cedric. Or not Cedric. Yeah, it is Cedric.
Yeah, Cedric. Yeah, you nailed it.
Yeah. She's accomplishing her goals.
All right, I'm down with it. That sounds good. You did point out the whole meeting with Gwendolyn, which is important because you guys did meet with her both on the beach and in the actual city. Which Derek, if you'd like to take over from here.
So, immediately following the crab battle, I scoured the battlefield for any survivors that were assigned to my unit of auxiliaries. There were a number of them, and I basically offered them a proposition like, your own people basically threw you in like fodder. I will train you to fight like a weasel. None of them were really feeling it, except for one little mousy guy. His name is Cole of Blackrock. He is my apprentice, as it were. As is custom for mouse folk to take on an apprentice and, show them the ropes, teach them their ways. Dukan is trying to integrate aspects of their society that he deems as like probably good, probably for the betterment of everybody, and to try to, understand the mice a little bit better. And so he saw that the little mouse's hammer was brokey. He later on asked his friend Giotto the Hedgeham to get that repaired. Cole stayed behind after Gwendolyn commissioned us on our mission. We met with Midnight. We didn't fight him. We also met up with Giles at that point. And then Midnight left, and he left us with his rather large, when I say rather large, I mean like Tunnel Lord size, weasel enforcer, for lack of a better term. And basically we found out that the reason why all of the weasels are forced to wear these wood-carved masks of other predators is to mark them as outside members of the society that Midnight has set up and keep them permanently distrusted by the mice that dwell in his holdings. And so we made it a point to listen to all that this large weasel had to say, at the end of which Dukan, feeling very moved by the plight of these people, vowed that he will break their chains or die trying. The big old Tunnel Lord seemed a little bit crestfallen because he was insistent that I would just die for no reason. And then he trudged off to go get some sleep. He hooked us up with his son, who we are going to be taking back to the Mouse Guard, and I believe that was where we left off.
Dude, that sounds great. Yeah, you nailed it. Pretty much on point, as always. Take yourself whatever you may need.
Yay!
Also, I'm going to try to center myself a little more in this. I do not know why you are like this. Why are you like this?
No.
Okay, that should work.
I just looked over at the stream and I saw Omni's big old finger like right in the camera.
Mm-hmm. It's my eternal struggle. Okay, there we go. So, anyhow, all right. I think that's about right. I'll do a quick, hyper-fast summary, just to touch anything we missed. So yes, the last session began at the end of the beach invasion of the expedition, where you guys actually landed, as you can see on the map that I shared with you guys. The landing site. You guys moved from the landing site inward into the forest, where, as Red mentioned, Giles pushed in and made contact with the local peoples, the local mice tribes, and included in that, they found that the mice tribes had built themselves a fortress, which was run by Midnight, a traitor of the guard, who'd been cast out of the guard many, many years ago, and had apparently set himself up here on the frontier, and no one had known about it, and brought you back to the capital city of Gauntlet, which you can see currently on that map in yellow, which I will also, since we're here, we'll talk about this map quick. I will update this map every single session. So you guys will see any neutral parties will be in yellow. Any allied parties will be in green. The Mouse Caravan and its direct holdings will be in blue. And any adversarial foes will be in red.
This whole map will be red by the end of this session.
I am certain of it. At least by the end of this season.
He said this session.
I'm fucking ready. I'm a go-getter.
Oh, it doesn't go that bad. So...
I'm a go-getter and I'm getting going.
You're going the getting. You guys managed to settle up over there, and as mentioned, you basically met Midnight, who more or less gave you guys as much time as you need to get your caravan going and get out of his city, and has encouraged you to go and attack the other overrun by animal lords settlements. So that is kind of where we left off, with Adagast giving you guys his son, known as Tarn the Bright, who will be going with the expedition as a cultural ambassador / guide on behalf of the people of Gauntlet. And that is literally where we ended off, with Adagast stalking away. So, since you guys never got a chance to do any... You got like a little bit of downtime? We're going to do a little bit of downtime now. So, you guys have the whole of Gauntlet in front of you to do whatever you'd like, basically for an evening. You'll be put up in accommodations, either on tortoises of your choosing, or in homes where they will be spared for you. There's plenty of rooms to be spared.
Will you spell the boy's name again for me, please?
Tarn. Tarn. The Bright.
The Bright. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no worries. You also, by the way, met the Housecarl of... I should say Midnight's Housecarl, and that would be Duran the Numb, and it's just like Duran Duran. It's just one instance of Duran the Numb, and you're good. So yes, we're gonna pick up right after that. I would say at that point it was starting to get towards like afternoony or so. By the time you guys got to Gauntlet, got your drink on, your party on. Had the most uncomfortable banquet you've probably ever had, and are now currently getting ready to do whatever it is you want to do. So what do you all want to do today? What is your plans? What do you want to do now that you have a mouse city to squat in for at least an afternoon or at night?
Thanks for the
I
hydrate.
already
guys.
said what I wanted to do.
All right.
I'm turning the map red, Omni.
Okay, I'm going to start with someone who isn't going to probably end the campaign with their next weapon. Derek or Natalie, what are you two?
You're asking Derek. You just said you didn't want the campaign to end horribly and abruptly, and you asked Derek if he should go
Red,
before
that should
me.
let you know where you stand right now, buddy.
You're already
I'm
on thin ice.
I'm one rung lower on the fuck up ladder.
Hey, I don't destroy campaigns.
Hey, look,
I
you know
constantly
what?
inject problems.
If it makes you all feel better, I would have no other problem crew on my games. I'm glad
that makes me feel good.
Please,
Because everybody knows that I'm a murder hobo. Like, everybody in the audience are just like, oh yeah, right, that fucking murder hobo, that guy, yep. He doesn't provide anything to the roleplay he's using except for killing and murder.
The good news is you're nowhere near the mouse territory, so please feel free to destroy this civilization in this area. This is, after all, what your inheritance is. Please, feel free to burn whatever you don't want to use.
Alright, I'm gonna write the Commie Mouse Manifesto, and we're gonna go from there.
I'm gonna change my name
I
to
guess
Lennon.
we're overthrowing Giles now.
No. Oh, hello there. Oh, hello there.
Oh shit.
For Giles, oh shizzle. Okay, we can work with that. We can definitely.
Hi, Jihan.
How you doing, Shihan? Much
Yeah,
love,
normally you ask somebody out on a date before you fuck them like that.
All right. So you guys know I'll enjoy this one.
Yep.
All right then.
I like making GMs love punishing me for just being an asshole.
Okay. So then, what are you guys doing today? What's your plans? Well, knowing that you have, if you want to, I can describe Gauntlet to you guys so you have a better gauge of what you're dealing with. So, but your call. Honestly, I described it pretty well last session, but it's been 2 weeks. Okay, so Gauntlet as a city is surprisingly big. It's kind of a sprawling environment. It's set in this area of large foothills, and one of the foothills has been sort of shattered by some past occurrence. You don't know what it is. It could have been some weird lightning strike or a gas pocket or something. But literally whatever it was, it took whatever this hill was and obliterated it into chunks of shale, which are scattered over like the better part of like maybe a fifth of a mile, which is about as big as Gauntlet is. It is spread out to encompass these jagged, sharp rocks in this foothill that's largely surrounded by brambles and surprisingly well defended in this little valley between these forests. Gauntlet itself exists within this field of sharp rocks, and almost all the houses are built underneath or around them. So you have like open air above, but oftentimes like interspersed around the buildings will be sharp, jagged rocks that'll make predators sort of think twice about coming near. The houses are almost always built as like a 2-story arrangement, where in the top you have a relatively nicer kind of stucco or stone carved house, and on the bottom it tends to be a little bit crappier, like a caved house, or like a more traditional, like a dusty burrow style thing. In some cases, even like propped up with like iron bars. The whole thing is a very Gothic arrangement, but the city itself does seem to have a merchant or a place for merchants to gather. It seems to have a city square. There appears to be places like inns and other places where you can go and drink and have merry. And dominating the middle of this would be Midnight's tower, basically, or I should say fortress, which is the heart of Gauntlet, which is basically just wrought iron fences and an almost, not cathedral-esque, but in that same sort of vein of a long house, a very tall, long house, built out of a very gray-black stone. The whole area is very monochromatic. So think Orzhov from Magic the Gathering. You're really not too far off. Just add a little bit more Gothic spiked fences, which are also everywhere.
So like Gothic brutalist sort of vibe.
Yeah, I'd actually say that's a really good way to summarize it. Gothic brutal would be pretty accurate.
Okay.
So yes, this place is like many other places where you can go. There's a trading area, there's merriment, there's also just houses, and outside is this sprawling waste of sharp rocks. And you can see there's also soldiers' watchtowers here and there. You do see a lot of watchtowers approaching this place, and they are in sequence along the path that you guys took here. So, also the caravan is currently settled up here, so all your tortoises are currently in city, in like the main thoroughfare. Not quite in parade anymore. They're kind of just like squatting down and resting for the first time in a long time. And there's a bunch of mice that are very interested in the expedition. And from what you can tell, the Mouse Guard is doing their best to placate the people of Gauntlet's curiosity without letting them get too close to their stuff. So that's the gist of what your current condition is.
Thanks, Harris.
Yes. Oh god, I need that. Oh boy.
I'm really getting in the mood of the game because I keep hearing something howling outside. I can't tell if it's a coyote or
That's
someone.
me. That's Giles. He's coming.
Giles of Wolfram is on the way.
Oh no. It's a
You know
very
what?
high-pitched howl. I expected something more manly and Scottish.
I will say that you can probably, if there's a vibe I could go with here, if you could imagine this place being Old Yarnum
Oh yeah.
for mice, you're not far off. It's in
Okay.
that ballpark.
Got it.
They drink the blood.
I need more eyes, as you break fucking flasks over and over again.
They're born of blood. That's crazy, dude.
So then, what do you folks wish to do with your downtime? Also be aware your session goals can be set now. And if you'd like, you can always ask Gwendolyn or anyone who's in charge to know what the goal of the expedition is going to probably be for the session, if that would help inform your decision making.
I know what my goal is.
Fucking no, Red.
I know my goal.
Okay.
I'd like to ask Gwendolyn and cheat off her homework.
All right, that's fair. So if that's the case, then we can start with you if you wanted to go talk to Gwendolyn quickly.
Sure, if everyone's okay with that.
Yep.
All right. So, we'll start off with you then. So, we'll say this is pretty much immediately after you guys had your discussion with Patagas, unless you want to wait a little bit and let that sink in, your business. But within, like, the hour of that, you would be able to go back into the main hall, and you would see Gwendolyn and also next to her, her husband, who would both be kind of just like, they're kind of just hanging out, doing their best to eat and relax. However, a little bit. Saxon's not particularly stoked to be here, but, you know, he knows his wife's got to do this, and he's more than capable of being the nice mouse while she demands it. So, both of them are currently snacking on what appear to be, like, roasted cricket legs, and sort of relaxing as best as they can in the hall. I imagine you are approaching them?
Ugh, roasted cricket. God, I just processed that. It's gotta be like fucking. It's gotta be like biting into plastic or something.
I mean, for mice, insects are the meat source. That is where you go. It's either that or worm. Which, in fairness, worm's actually not that bad, but probably not as easy to raise in this place. It's very dusty. And
I've been listening
soil
to
is very
a
rocky.
rapper named Worms lately.
Yo, I'm Worms. I like crawling around in the dirt.
Oh my god.
Being the mouse sucks food-wise.
I mean,
Omni
just
in
using
real
the-
life has told me. He's told me several times that for Thanksgiving they make a turkey out of worms.
Yes.
The
Omnilord.
mice?
Hashtag Omnilord.
No, Omni in real life.
Yes.
Really?
It's a family tradition.
Absolutely.
That you eat?
Absolutely.
He eats a handful of worms. Just reaches in there.
I love you, Omni, but that's the most horrible thing I've ever heard.
So I would like to remind one of my players that they do have a complication facing them. And they maybe don't want to talk shit while I've got a hammer over their head.
I'm trying to make it worse. I really am. That's my goal.
Oh,
right
all
now.
right, all right. Oh, don't worry. It was already going to be bad, but now, oh boy, buddy. So, anyway.
I'm just terrified of bugs, so the thought of eating them is like it just like combines a fear into a new fear.
That's
Hey,
very
yo,
fair.
I'm little worms. We're about to rap about dirt.
If it makes you feel better, for Cyanna anyway, you have grown up largely with bread, nuts, and that kind of thing as your source of protein. Occasionally, the idea of eating, like, insects is actually not uncommon, but it's not like you eat them raw. Just like I don't get, like, chicken and have someone throw a feathered, bloody, uncut chicken on the table. Someone has already processed this. So by the time you get it, they would have already de-shelled it, taken the meat out, and it would be actually pretty delicious. It would be really unrecognizable from, like, chicken or pork or beef for most insect meat.
I'm sure Sion is not bothered by any of that stuff. Natalie
Yeah.
is. The thought of being served grasshopper is not appetizing to me, but
That's
Oh, yeah.
perfectly
that's what
fair.
you grew up eating. It's not going to be uncommon.
Bug
Yeah,
fillets.
Yeah, man.
Honey, you haven't touched your cockroach steak. Is everything okay?
Mm.
It's like the Emperor's New Groove when they eat the bugs and they have the straw and they suck out the bug filling. Ugh.
Oh my god. Stargate Atlantis. Don't forget to eat the head. That's where all the nutrients are. So, okay. I imagine as you're approaching them, I imagine it would probably be Saxon who would look up. Gwendolyn's probably talking with a couple of aides. She's not super busy, but she's kind of just like engaging them in small talk. Saxon would slowly turn towards you and go, "Aye, lass, what can I do for you?"
Just wanted to check in and find out what the possible goals are for our squad, for the party as a whole.
Aye, right. Love, and he turns over and sort of like gently tugs at Gwendolyn's cape. She slowly turns around. Yes, dear. Oh, right. Sienna, I'm sorry. The end of the feast kind of was abrupt and a little uncomfortable, so me and Midnight had a little discussion off the side afterward. So we've just started to mobilize around it. Your standing orders at the moment are the same as the rest. Stick with the caravan. Feel free to rest for the evening. But come tomorrow, we'll likely set off. I suspect the caravan is off to war, as to get to our home, where we were hoping to go, is going to require that we head north. Specifically from here, northwest. The Fox's Den and the Owl's Roost are our goals. Those are the ancestral homes of the mice of that era, and the fields between the two are where we will go. But to get there, we need to get through Serpent's Run, and a number of other predatory hotspots. So, as we go, we'll free what we can, build resources and allies. So, that is our standing objective at the moment, is to get to Fox's Den. And until then, we fight. Any further clarification needed?
Not from Saxon, but I do have a out-of-character question.
Sure.
Are snakes common for us in general? Like where we're all from? Is that something that most of the Mouse Guard would have? I know you. I'm saying the Mouse Guard. Do they have much experience dealing with snakes?
Yeah, we ride them like buses, like in the Flintstones, how they like ride giant dinosaurs. That's how we interact.
Unfortunately, nothing so happy. For the Mouse Guard, snakes fall firmly under the territory of predators to be slain. There's very few instances where snakes can coexist with mice. As a general rule of thumb, snakes view mice as the easiest foodstuff they can get, and will attack on sight. They can be reasoned with occasionally and negotiated with, but 9 times out of 10, their hunger makes them not interested. When weasels are the most practical, negotiable force in the area, that should let you know where everything else stands. So for snakes, you will have been familiar with them in the past. Whether you have encountered one or not, that's up in the air. The mouse territory has been pretty well cleared of most snakes, outside of the odd, rare instance of, one stumbling across a path. But for the most part, the snakes know not to mess with mice now, and their travels, especially Mouse Guard. So you've probably heard of a couple of mice being killed by snakes, though, on the road. It's not uncommon, unfortunately.
I have a question.
Yes?
The bigger the animal, the bigger the brain. Does that mean that they're smarter?
Oh, they're not smarter than you. The good news is that mice, for the most part, are one of the smartest things in the area. Most animals are not... They might be capable of creating civilization to an extent, but their predatory nature somewhat leans against their capacity to organize. So snakes aren't known to establish huge civilizations, which is why everything in the frontier is weird to you. The idea of the Owl's Roost, the Fox's Den, the Serpent's Run, the only way this makes sense is that mice and other smaller animals have been oppressed as a workforce by creatures that would not otherwise bother with the effort. So that's kind of where things stand at the moment. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Have to make sense. So yes, Sienna, you are familiar with snakes. You don't know about the snakes in this region, but general rule of thumb, always assume they're poisonous, and even if they're not, constrictor snakes are a terrifying threat to an animal barely bigger than a chicken nugget. So
Okay. In that case, I guess her goal will be to learn more about the Fox's Den, what they might encounter there, any other creatures in the area she should be on alert for other than snakes and the usual enemies.
Okay, that sounds good. So,
Basically, gather information about
Yeah.
the mission.
yeah, gather information on your quest. I think that's fair. You can add that in. Excellent. Who wants to go next with their objective?
I would like to sway Tarn the Bright into fomenting an insurrection.
All right. So I'm going to tell you right now that Tarn, like most of the weasels, have been pretty thoroughly indoctrinated into this system.
Mhm.
So to build such a revolution will take time.
You know,
I'm
only
full
the one
disclosure.
guy. My goal is
Yeah.
the one guy.
The one guy, even that is going to be. You actually don't know the gauge of what Tarn's behavior is. I will let you know personally. This will be a difficult task. It will take multiple sessions.
Okay.
So I think a smarter idea would be to establish rapport with Tarn first, since you really don't know anything about the guy. And once you've established that, then you can start working on that. So get to know Tarn or establish a rapport with Tarn would probably be good.
Are we crossing through snake territory this session?
Depends how fast you guys act. Depends what you guys do with. Honestly, you guys lead the pace of my sessions. So depending on how crazy you make this session in this town. By the way, I see you, Red. Yes. Basically, up to him. How heavy is the anchor by which Red will drag this session with his chaos?
I'm gonna be like Christ dragging the cross through the desert.
I'll leave
This is
it,
my session.
I'll leave
This
it
is
open
my
then.
character development.
I'll leave it open then. Get cold-bloodied.
Okay, that's fair. I like that. Get cold-blooded. That definitely works. Red, what's your goal for the session?
I want to find a mount.
A mount?
I want to find a terrifying beast and begin taming it.
It's gonna be a cute little bunny.
Okay. My brain was like, a mountain? There's plenty of mountains. No, a mount.
I want to find a mountain,
Okay.
sir,
All the
right there.
mountains.
Oh, there it is. There's a mountain right there. You fucking.
Omni, aren't all
bastard.
the mountains here molehills though? They just look like mountains.
So,
Andrew. Appreciate it, buddy.
thank you very much. Yeah.
Hundred.
Entertainingly enough about this, the terrain around you is hella real. And to scale. Mice actually travel surprisingly fast, especially in caravan. They walk almost as fast as humans walk when moving in caravan. So as a result, the scale of the map is almost 1-to-1 human scale. This is a huge region.
This
And the mountains on the top in the northern, I guess the northeastern region, and a little bit of the ones over by the Fox's Den, those get big. We're talking Appalachians. So for a mouse, massive. But there are a couple, like what you're in now is foothills. And to a mouse, that is still like a huge mountain. So yeah. Honestly, treat mountains like you would treat if the earth just was at an angle. Basically. And that you're not too far off. It's not a feature of the terrain to be conquered. Yeah, it's just that the earth happens to be angled here for an insanely long distance. The horizon just changed its position. So, now that I know all of this, amount. That is not an unreasonable... I would say... pursue a mount. Now, here's an interesting thing for you, Red.
Now, let me make this clear. I'm not looking for a fucking mountain, nor am I looking for a molehill, Natalie. I'm looking for a giant beast.
An animal to
want-
ride.
Yes, I
I'm a
want...
mole.
You said...
Go ahead, Red, go
You
ahead.
could probably sway that thing.
Yeah, I probably could sway a mole, but the thing is, no. So I want something like significantly larger. So I figure that this could fall into my my trepidation that I was given by the lovely Jihan, who is going to die in the Saturday session. You pushed yourself too far, Jihan. First you try to kill my character in the fucking Covet Syndicate, and now you try to do it here. I'm gonna kill you. I will do it. I know where you live.
Death roll 6 p.m. Mondays.
That's where Shion lives, buddy.
That's the
That's the street address.
6:30 p.m. Saturday.
It's very awkward. You can only get mail once a week. So you want
you
a
better start
large
running.
animal, a large animal to ride. So,
Right. So
okay.
you said there was bears in this area. That's where I'm gonna start.
Okay, I'm just gonna flat out tell you there's no way in hell you're mounting a bear.
Why not?
Like,
no.
okay.
Okay. So okay.
First off, I'll let that.
I should be able to have a bear on me.
No. Okay. So here's the thing, Omni. You'd be a bad game master if you wouldn't let the player have what they wanted. I'm just saying.
Oh boy, you guys! Oh my god! All right, so
Okay, so I don't want
gonna-
to ride the bear, right? I want to convince
Right.
it to be my friend. I want to convince it to be my battle brother.
A battle bear, if you will.
Yeah.
Are
Could you
gonna
imagine a
pull
saddle on a bear? It's like
down
this
with
big.
its foot First,
I think that would basically be doing like a Final Fantasy summoning of a god, but instead of just making one attack, it's like he just wins the fight for you.
I shouldn't be listening to jazz music. I should be listening to that fucking like set it off like type music, like the fucking Final Fantasy VII battle music, where I'm just like climbing this bear like Shadow the Colossus. Like I'm gonna fucking tame you, I will. Just fucking-
the time you get
So-
on top of the bear, the battle's over.
So
yeah,
to
he's
put it
dead
in
by the time I got on top of
perspective,
him.
I'm gonna make this handout here for you because it's very appropriate for this. It's gonna give everyone access to this. All players, edited only by me. And I'm just gonna drag this to here. We'll let that load. So here's the limit on that, Red. The practical limit on this is the fact that mice have they occupy a unique thing called the natural order, which is going to be in this mysterious note. The natural order is seen along here on this chart. At the very bottom is insects, baby snakes, and tadpoles. Above that is young mice, small snakes, and small fish. You are on level with mice, bats, chipmunks, and young weasels. Weasels are a natural order scale above you. Bears, and that is a black bear. So we're not even talking grizzly. Technically, grizzly is above this. So the moose is like, bull moose would be on the next scale up too. You can only affect something with your capacity to either fight or hunt 2 steps above you on the natural order scale. Anything bigger than that requires mass warfare or an act of science. So, like, literally, you would need to release the river on a bear to maybe get a chance to catch it off guard.
You're just giving me ideas right now.
Now, that said, mice have done insane things with large animals. There are instances of mice working, as you've seen in this very game, in fact, that sometimes mice can work with creatures higher up the natural order to achieve strange things. The mouse expedition, the tortoise caravan, is in fact the archetypal example. But something that massive, a bear would be unto you like a sentient mountain. And I will put this in perspective as well. Bears have made contact with mice in the past. They have only said very scant few things, and they have made it abundantly clear that even the most gentle of bears views mice as so far below them that to speak to you is actually less trouble than it's worth. Now that said, you work towards this hard enough. The idea of a bear fortress is possible. But a man, my brother in Christ, I'm gonna like the whole way to there. I'm gonna be beating your ass, Red. You're gonna have your name is gonna be more than your name by the end of this campaign if you go for that.
So
You go from
So
red
you
to black and blue.
you said you said Bear Fortress. I didn't know we were talking about gay clubs.
Nice.
Hey yo, I'm here on Saturday,
Nice.
6:30 p.m. CST.
Oh my
Catch me on
God.
Coven Syndicate. You want more funny hijinks and shenanigans? Anyway,
Let's
so
go.
Oh my god! All right, you are problematic tonight, Red.
I foreshadowed this. I said I'm Gremlin mode
That's
today,
fair.
Derek.
That's very fair.
That's problematic. Okay,
So for what it's worth, that today not possible. But getting yourself a personal war mount is. And to put it in perspective, usually a war mount has to be one scale above you on the
Frog.
animal scale. So frog is totally possible. Mice historically have ridden hares. Historically, mice have ridden hares, and in fact, it's there. I'm pointing bullfrog. It's totally there. But yes, bullfrog is possible. Oh god. I'm gonna fucking kill you. Anyway, so more likely, you would be able to ride anything one scale above you on that scale.
So a big frog.
So bullfrog, snake, squirrel, flying squirrel, minks. Good luck convincing a mink to let you ride it. Minks are sentient and they are not nice. Weasel, again, good luck with that. But also like
Don't even fucking ask. No.
Yeah. That said, squirrels and rabbits are both possible. And for the record, squirrels to mice are not nice. They are considered a fearsome threat.
I want to
Squirrels
ride a
and-
porcupine. You know, like how the Koreans like fought off the was it the Koreans or the Vietnamese that had the big like shields on their ships with spikes on them?
I think that was
I
a
don't know.
frequently utilized thing in.
No.
generally
Like it
that
was
circle.
they specifically used it against the Japanese because the Japanese had like really strong infantry but like surprisingly weak naval power. So they just like covered their ship in spikes, so it completely kept the Japanese from like winning the battle. That's crazy.
Let's see.
Well, because the Japanese strategy was like ram somebody's boat, climb on top of it, but they couldn't do that against these guys. I don't remember. Somebody in the chat, was it the Koreans or the Vietnamese that did that? I don't remember.
Let's
It's really
see.
cool though.
I do
It's
not
called like a
remember.
dragon turtle ship or something like that.
Oh yeah, okay.
That's a
Yeah, I know what
badass
you're talking
name for
about.
a
Yeah.
ship.
Yeah, they had like big like dragon heads on the top of them, and apparently they could. I don't think they were used to shoot fire, but I think they like rammed people with them.
Let's
They're
see.
pretty intimidating.
Yeah, those are a real thing. Like I know exactly what you're talking about.
Anyway, I wanted to ride a porcupine because that would be the same like sort of idea.
There we
Just,
go.
like,
I found it. Yeah, those things are awesome. Koreans. They're Koreans. And they use
Yeah, the
literally
Koreans,
metal
okay.
plates. Yeah, they actually look pretty sick. And I could see I should make something like that for Mouse Guard. That's sick.
You're welcome.
500
That'll be $10.
Souls spent by Neris for a fate point or persona to Natalie.
Aw,
Thank you.
Naris, where's mine?
You already got your thing.
What was my?
So-
Oh yeah, my
It
thing.
was
You know,
worth,
get
like,
it
10
probably.
times that, you know?
So, Red, I'm going to say that it is possible for you to ride anything up to 2 steps above your natural order. That
Okay,
is
could
the
I
highest thing you
say?
can hunt.
So I'm gonna pull a fast one on you. I have the tall trait, so I would like to say that I'm in the category of weasel.
You are
And,
not.
like, but
You're not.
but please.
Red, it's like saying I'm 7 foot tall, therefore I can wrestle this grizzly. Like, no, it is not
Yes,
the same.
that is the
It is
same
100%
logic.
not the same.
I'm not trolling. I'm trying to get like a giant, cool fucking. mount.
No, dude. I'm putting this in perspective. Red, think in perspective of mouse.
Okay.
A squirrel is literally a xenomorph to mice.
A tall
Like,
mouse
I don't know
just
how
looks like
else to describe that.
A tall mouse to somebody the size of Dukan would look like just an additional bite. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like, I mean, kinda, yeah. Like, you know what? Red, I got an idea for you.
Yeah.
Owl. That is about as close to a dragon as I can give you.
So,
And
so
there
let me
have
get, let
been
me, let me get
historic
this straight.
instances of that.
You want me to take a historical enemy of mice and make it my mount? That is the most badass thing I've ever heard of. I'm gonna find an owl, and I'm either gonna make it my friend or I'm gonna kill it. One of the two. We're gonna figure it out as we go.
And to put that in perspective, the last mouse to do that solo was the Black Axe. So that would put your ass up there in the legend.
I'm gonna make the
legend
black
books.
axe look like the fucking gray hatchet by the time I'm done taming this owl.
Ooh, got him.
Yeah. Yeah, granted, it would be a normal owl, not a. Now, that said, the only owl you could not do that with is a great horned owl. Those fuckers
Who?
are. And that's where we go to break, guys. I'll see you later.
Oh, man.
All right. So I think So you want basically, I will give you acquire a mount is the fair thing.
Yes.
But for the record, you can build your way up. Mice.
So I can start with an owl, and
You
then
can build
I can
up
get
to an owl. You can build up to a personal owl. So
and then a bear.
one day. Right now, shooting for the stars requires a catapult. You have a slingshot. So
I'm
let's
thinking
start
Star
on
Wars
ground.
logic right now. So I get the owl, right, and then I have like rope, and then I like tie it around the bear's legs as
Oh
I'm like
my
flying
God.
around it, and I
For the
trip it
record,
and
that
knock
would
it
be
over.
that would be warfare. That is actually what a warfare role is for. But to do so would require literally thousands of mice backing you up, or hundreds. For bear, thousands. I wouldn't. Helm's Deep or bust if you want a bear. I'm just telling you right now.
Bro,
I
you
am
get this
talking
bear.
like.
Folks
Yeah.
at home,
If
Omni's
you-
never played Shadow of the Colossus. I'm just saying.
If you have this
Don't
bear,
you dare say that. That is fucking wrong. Anyway.
Shadow of the Colossus rules. If you
I love Shadow.
if you swear that the bear will help me depose dictatorships, I'll help you out with getting the bear.
I need to find the bear first.
I will put it in perspective. Okay, I'll put one more thing on this table for you guys. This is relevant to this discussion. At which point, I'm going to ask if we could have like 5 minutes fast, because I have a lot of things to quickly do now.
You
Drawing a
So-
bear being one of them.
Yeah, but I can show you this. So back to the frontier map. I have only filled out the Western Peninsula, which is where you guys have lived, and I've only partially filled that out. To the northeast is where the bear lives, and that's one. But there are other bears in this place. So if you want to find bears, the Bear Kingdom is in the upper north, right, in the northern eastern section of this peninsula. So that is what it's going to take to get a bear.
That's a long
You
way
need to go
away. That's like weeks of travel.
It is, and you will need basically, this will be empire building. You will need an empire to take on a bear.
Giles is
you're-
about to go on a fucking spiritual journey. He's gonna get some
Mm.
peyote and just fucking go off into the wilds and come back with a bear.
Yeah,
That's
no,
intimidating.
no,
That's
man.
scary.
You are going to need to get to the bear. Like, think of this as like this is like an RTS. Tech Tree Bear is at the end. That's right up there with like the Protoss carrier and the fucking Terran nuke. You need to build a lot to get there.
pylons.
You need additional pylons before you get
First,
to
you
bear.
gotta get Vespine gas though.
But that said, your way to get the bear, because I want to be real with you, I want to see you guys do this crazy shit.
Yeah.
Would be to build yourselves a foothold, a civilization in this new frontier. You need a new lock haven. And your new lock haven is either in the Owl's Roost, the Fox Den, or somewhere between the two. And until those two places are under your control, you will not have the resources to build what you'll need to fight a thing like that.
See, I have a reputation for having like either like really tiny like simple goals or just like massive overarching goals that will take me an entire campaign to achieve.
I love those, though. I love both. I like small goals because they're fun to work with. I like big goals because, my God, they let me have fun. So,
no, but,
yeah.
but Giles started walking through those bear tracks like on the way there, and he's just like, I know what must be done.
Mm,
you hear the stereotypical do in the back of your head as you think of the fucking bears.
No, but can you like,
Monsters.
could you imagine just like the cinematic of this bear, just like this actual behemoth like coming over the top of a city like Attack on Titan style and like knocking everything over?
It
and
would
like, zooms out a
literally
little bit?
be. It would be the Muma kill from Lord of the Rings levels of scale. Like it would be that big. So I think this is when we'll go to break, Derek. If you'd be so.
Okie dokie. Don't go anywhere, anybody. You're gonna take a quick 5 to 10. We'll be right back with more Mouse Guard.
away from you for child abuse if
I-
you try to do them like squeeb or something like that.
Oh my god. Welcome back, everyone.
Welcome back,
Thanks for
folks.
bearing with us, folks.
I didn't know we were going live.
I gave you the
Jared,
countdown
literally.
and everything.
Stick around, folks. You're gonna have a hoot.
We were
My
saying-
favorite part about that was you came back literally on the words child abuse.
Yeah,
That was your first words.
she was saying,
Naming your child squeeb is child
I
abuse.
would agree, but it would be funny.
Hello, everyone. For the record, this conversation has been incredibly lighthearted and actually not stressful, so just hope you know. Anyway, and also there's no way we can possibly summarize it in a reasonable amount of time, so we won't.
don't name your kids
So then-
Squeeb.
Don't name your kid Squeeb. That's what we were talking
That's all
about.
you need to know.
Yeah,
Name
don't-
them
don't
like
name your kids Squeeb.
name them like Glebe or something. That's
Literally
that's
get
a
anyone
cool
but
Southern
Red to
name.
name your kid. There you go. Get a computer to auto name your kid. It'll be better.
Fuck, Michael, are you correct?
Isn't that what Elon Musk did?
Oh yeah, like just fucking type in a random algorithm and come up with the name.
That was
Yeah,
the
sure.
password generator that he used.
Oh my god. Also, Juan, so you knew Mom needs cinnamon buns as a capitalism. That's sweet. You're too sweet. So then, we have established our goals for the session. We have Derek, you're trying to blood Cole. So Natalie, your character is what was yours again one more time? I had that written down. Just
Find
Close
out
to-
more about the mission, just like
Thank you.
more about the Foxton and things like that.
right. You wanted to learn. You wanted to gather more information. And Red, you want to look into acquiring a mount. So for you, that process is going to take a while to get where you want it to. But I will say, like I said, you can build up to it. So you can build up to the owl. Right now, if you want to do that reasonably, you would want speed or maneuverability. And a lot of the animals above you on the natural order chart are actually a great place to start. So think of it as it's just like Warhammer. You are buying a bigger mount the more points you put into it. So
Oh shit!
yeah.
No, look at what Odie did.
What?
Bears are extinct. No.
Hello, Odie. I will let you know. This is not divine intervention. You don't get to tell me what to do. Two, also on top of that, I'm willing to put that away too, because we actually have a complication already has arisen,
He says he's kidding.
and I'm now. Oh, I know, but I am now going to
You
take
just
that
wanted to hear me
complication.
fucking scream at the top of my
And
lungs.
just gently put that other complication on the other complication to make a lovely complication s'more.
Oh,
So
no.
I'm just going to save that gooey little mess for a little
Punish me, game master.
So then, let's start off with who wants to go first? You want to roll off? Because we can roll off. Well, we
I feel like we should start with something like reasonable first. So I feel like Natalie should go first, and then it gets like less reasonable, so it goes to Derek, and then it goes to me. And
Okay.
it's gonna cut in on me, and I'm like wrestling a frog.
God. You know, I could actually see that. All right. If that's the case, then if you guys are alright with that, Natalie, would you be alright with going first?
Okay.
All right then.
Cool.
So, Sienna, you have the whole of this settlement to your basically available to you. So I'm just going to take a look at that and see what we got going. Okay, perfect. Frig. So you have the whole of Gauntlet ahead of you and available to you. As far as you can tell, Midnight has left the main chamber alone, and you're still over there, having just recently spoken to Gwendolyn and Saxon. But you can still see the House Carl there. He's still doing his thing, attending the tables. Duran is literally sort of like skulking about, scooping up plates and platters, clearing them into like a bag, hauling them off to the kitchen. He's constantly about, along with a number of other mice nearby. So, including a couple of yours as well.
I would like to go find Tom so he can
Okay.
join me on my mission.
All right, that's fair. Thom would probably be back on your turtle, I figure. So that will be back to Garrow, as I recall. Yeah, that should be Garrow. So If you head back to if you head outside of this massive, this big longhouse that Midnight has sort of turned into his throne, outside you can see one of the first tortoises is Garrow. Right behind the Invicta, which is currently wearing its land legs, which are a rather alarming sort of like vertically, like it makes the ship much taller than normal. Like these things literally like walks across the ground now. But Garrow is like a couple of tortoises back, and you can see Cedric and Thom and everyone else kind of like battening the hatches. There's a couple like children who walk up in like black cloaks and they wave, and a couple of them like sort of poke at the tortoise. And mercifully, Garrow has been very patient. He's clearly the kind of tortoise that is used to mice poking and prodding. Although you can see occasionally Cedric will like run over, or like Thom will run over and like just shoo the kids away from like poking at the straps.
Shoo them away better. You yell, "Oi! Get away from the turtles!"
And like you see like 3 of them just sort of like look at you and just power sprint away as fast as they can, hide behind one of the nearby poles, just sort of like giggle to each other and like peek their heads out. You see their ears kind of poking out more than their eyes. Cedric just kind of like looks over and goes, "Aye, well met. Good to see you. So I heard the meeting was eventful."
Quite. Learned some interesting things about this town.
Besides the fact that it's run by a traitor, I'll admit, I'm a little curious, but my curiosity can wait for the road. I'll have plenty of time for that. Is there anything I can do for you?
Was this Cedric, right?
This is Cedric, yes.
I'm looking for Thom. I thought he and I would try and find out some more information about our mission. This Fox Den is relatively unknown to me, at least, and I'd like to make sure that our squad is ready and prepared for anything that we might encounter.
All right, then. So be it. And Cedric, in his blue cloak, kind of like turns around and he sort of whistles over the torch, just goes, "Thom! Front and center!" And you see like poking his head over the top of Garrow's little like thatch roof. You can see Thom is up there, like, with a little bit of mud in his hands, tamping down the roof. Peeks his head. "Aye, Captain!" And he just sort of leaps off and rolls to the ground and sort of slides down in front of you. "Reporting for duty, ma'am!" And just gives you a little salute, and Cedric just kind of, like, pats him on the back. "He's all yours. Good luck. If you need any help, feel free to come and get me. I'll be doing my best to keep the small ones away from Garrow before he decides to take a bite out of one of them." You can see Garrow like slowly turn, and the whole of his body rumbles, and the ground rumbles as he speaks. And Cedric just sort of like looks at him and goes, "I know, I was joking, it's in poor taste. I know you would never." And I'll let you go on your way, lass. Feel free to take a measure of the town too. I suspect I'm not going to have much time to enjoy it.
Appreciate it. Not sure how much pleasure we'll get our time here, but we'll at least find out some more about this place.
A fresh bed and fresh food might not be such a bad change. He gives you a nod and starts heading back towards Garrow, and Thom in front of you, still standing at attention. "All right. So, Tiana, what would you like me to do? What can I do to help?"
We need to find someone who has information, perhaps someone who is very familiar with this land or familiar with the tales of the Fox Den.
Well, there's a couple of old lore mice who came with us in the expedition. There's old man Jasper. He might be interesting to talk to, but if you want more first-hand information... Give me a second, let me see if I can't find out something. And, if you'd like, you can make a circles roll. And he'll assist you. He'll add an extra d6 onto it.
Okay. Where's my circles? 4, so that'll be 5d6. Heck yes.
Yo, triple six.
Wow.
Jesus.
Coming through.
Spooky season.
Yo, that's pretty nuts.
Hell yeah. That's what I'm gonna roll when I'm getting my bear later.
I just find the information I need through osmosis. I don't even need to talk to anyone.
Not quite that extreme, but what you do find is... So, you two readily begin to, like, ask around. And the good news is that as you're sort of carousing with mice, both from the expedition and the mice of Gauntlet, you find out that the mice of Gauntlet harbor no ill will to the Mouse Guard, from what you can see. They seem like they're quite content with the presence of additional mice from beyond. And in fact, by engaging with a couple of them, you find out that apparently Midnight has even spoken of the Guard, and not disfavorably. Like, there's a disagreement there, and he's openly admitted that they are erstwhile cousins, but they are cousins nonetheless to be respected. So there's a healthy kind of like, oh, we're meeting like... It'd be like if we stumbled across Atlanteans, right? Like, oh, it's this culture we didn't know was actually real. We thought he was bullshitting us. So there's a lot of curiosity there, which means there's a lot of goodwill and interest that can be benefited from. And as you're asking around, you learn that, one, in the Mouse Guard, yes, 100% Jasper is the guy to speak to. Old, squirrely, kind of a bit of a jackass, but no one knows the lore of the world better than he, at least in the mouse territories. Practical knowledge, you hear from a number of mice that to really know the region, you would likely need to get a weasel. And there's not many weasels who would be willing to talk with you from Gauntlet. They're just very beaten down. There seems to be like an understanding that they're supposed to avoid the mice of the caravan and be as out of their way as possible. Even approaching them makes them scatter. But you learn that there is one weasel who is obligated to speak with you and help you. That would actually be Duran.
I was literally just thinking I'll ask Duran if there's no other weasels.
Yep. Duran the Numb actually was once himself a scholar. From what people have told you, they sort of like whisper like Duran knows secrets. The thing you would frequently hear is, if anyone knows what's happening in this town, it's Duran. So, Duran and Jasper are your two definite leads. Your choice on where to pick up. They're not mutually exclusive either. If you want to hit one or the other or both, you're close.
I would like to talk to both, but let's start with the old mouse.
Okay.
I already know where to find Duran. I have somewhat established rapport with him, so that'll be less challenging to get into.
Okay, that's very fair. So, if we're gonna go with Duran. Duran would be further back in the expedition. Way further back. You need to go all the way to the back of the caravan here to get to where, not Duran, but where Jasper would be.
Okay.
Jasper's in the last of all of the tortoises. Currently resting in what is basically the closest thing that the Mouse Guard and the expedition have to a library. Which is also, by the way, I believe the library is also the apiarists? Yes, it's the apiarists' tortoise. Despite the fact that there's getting honey on old tapestries and old scrolls is a terrible thing, they both have one thing in common. They need to keep their tortoise dry, and they need to keep their tortoise warm. So as a result, both good conditions for keeping books and keeping bees. Hence, the mutual agreement there. It does mean, however, the apiarist assistant and Jasper are basically the only ones on this tortoise, with the exception of a couple of guards mice on top. So, as you approach... Go ahead.
Oh no, just mumbling to myself like my arch nemesis is here, dang it.
Yes, unfortunately, your nemesis is in fact here. As you approach, you do in fact, if I can ever get him to reappear, please reappear Toffrin. Here we go. So, Toffrin is currently at the front of the tortoise, just sort of like dangling his feet over the edge of the shell, and you can see he's currently what appears to be like, it's almost like sort of washing like clothing with a washboard. He currently has like a washboard, and he's pressing honeycomb against it and squeezing honey out of it into a jar in front of him, like a sort of a sack in front of him. He would see you as you approach and just sort of like raise his head up to sort of look at you and sort of like nod like a sort of an understanding. We fought together on the beach. My animosity to you is temporarily like rescinded. Sienna, the Small, what can I do for you? And Mouse the Smaller. Twitch Thumb like sort of raises an eyebrow and is like, excuse me, Mouse the Bigger, Wider, and Toffrin just sort of like looks down at him. Don't try that. It's not going to end well. What can I do for you, Sienna?
I greet him with the same cadence of Jerry Seinfeld greeting Newman. Toffrin. Let's not start any quarrels today, preferably. I'm actually here to speak to Old Mouse Jasper. He's around.
Aye, Jasper. Yeah, I can get the old fur for you. Rather, I can bring you to him. Why don't you come up? And he reaches over and he knocks a little rope ladder down to your level, so you can climb onto the tortoise. And he leads you inside. Before he does, he sort of turns around and just goes, but before you go in, 2 things. 1, I have to live with Jasper now. Please don't tick him off. I'm the one who deals with it when he goes off the deep end, and he never shuts up. Last time he did, I wasn't able to sleep for a day, so please don't. 2.
Well, I'm almost tempted to, but for civility's sake, I won't.
Thank you, or else it'll make its way into the gab croon you eat, because my honey production will go down because I can't sleep. 2. He's a bit eccentric. I know you and I can have hard times. He is just mean. But he's the smartest mouse I've ever met. So, if you can tolerate his nonsense, you might learn something.
You might learn something about how honey catches more flies than vinegar, although I think you'd already know that.
He just does this gesture and like honey stretches from his fingers as he does it. Right? We get the door, and he sort of walks over and he opens this little wooden cottage door on it and sees you inside. And then closes the door behind you. The interior is dimly lit, and the sound of buzzing is all around you. It's a very, like, you heard it before. There's like the occasional like flying coming back. It's kind of like being near an airport, but as opposed to hearing planes in the distance, you hear bees nearby. So it's kind of like, you know what? It's more like being near someone playing with drones, but less electric, more like a warmth, deeper sound. But inside this place, which you realize is like a hive, it is a thrum. Like, it makes your hair stand on end a little bit as you come within. And in this dimly lit, dark, warm space where you can see there's a number of hot coals, not open flames, but warm, hot, still like red hot coals, like held aloft on these little brass fixtures to keep them vertical. And from what you can tell, they might even be bolted into the floor. You can see this little old mouse with gray fur and a green cloak over this massive scroll that's on this device that's designed to roll the scroll past him like a scroll reader, with what appears to be like a footpad beneath to move it forward and back. Then you just hear that. No. Damn it, I can't find him. Why is it so hard to find this incessant? And he just grabs the thing and just throws it around the room and just huffs there for a second. Oh, hello. Sorry, just doing the census for Spruce Tuck. They're always terrible at turning it in on time. I'm Jasper. What
Pleased
can
to
I do for
meet you. Pleased to meet you. I'm Sayana. I was hoping that I might be able to ask you some questions about our party's destination. I've been told you may know things about the Fox's Den.
And he sort of looks at you for a second. He's about to open his mouth, and you say the Fox's Den, and just his eyes like widen a little bit. He just sort of takes like a half step back from the machine. We're heading there. Oh, we're all gonna die. We're gonna
Perhaps
die
not.
horribly. Ooh. All right, fine. Well, 80 winters, it's fine. We all go one day. And he walks over to the scroll and picks it up and slides it into one of the holes. So you want to know about the Fox's Den? Excellent. Well, everyone should get to know their graveyard before they go. First things first. You're all going to die. For sure. But,
We won't die, Tom. I promise I'll protect you. Don't listen to him.
I'm gonna...
Well, that Giles guy, he'll survive. He'll take on a bear, for Christ's sake.
Thankfully, you see Thom, like, the second he says it, we're all gonna die, and then says it again, just kind of like, he still holds his, he holds his place.
No.
His face is literally doing the Kermit the Frog, like, when like, Jim Henson has his mouth go like,
Yeah.
Like, he's doing the Kermit the Frog with his face. But he seems to be holding his ground a little bit. So, I imagine you want to know more than just the fact that it's going to be the site of our imminent death. Anything particular you'd like to know, young suicidal mouse?
Do you think that the foxes are still there after all this time?
That's an interesting question of law. Let's find out. Should be... And he just, like, walks over to one of the bookshelves and looks up, and a bumblebee just... lights in front of one of the bookshelves, just resets. Move. No. Go. You have yours, I have mine. And the honeybee just, like, buzzes away slowly. Just... Bumblebees. Just... gentle, beautiful, dumb creatures. And he's gonna scramble up the rack and reach in and just go, I think I have the old... Yes! Ha! And he pulls out this giant scroll. And as he does, you immediately see just, like, dust motes the size of softballs to you. Like, just waft off of it and float downward. And just reaches over and blows it off. And then you realize it's a combination of pollen and dust. This whole room is filled with yellow pollen. Slowly takes it and unrolls it. So, the Fox's Den. And he clamps this into the machine, and he brings one of the few candles in the room closer so you can see it a little more clearly. Fox's Den was our ancestral home. Ancient and dangerous. And, let's see. According to all the laws of aviation, Jesus Christ.
According to all known laws of aviation, eating a bee grants you the power of flight.
So, the old places of the world are long uncharted, but the one place that we know we liberated before we left was the Fox's Den. This is because the fox fled. The hawk, we don't know what happened to the hawk's roost. I suspect it's probably changed hands at this point since the hawk has passed, and something tells me that the mice of that era likely purged the eggs. But in terms of the Fox's Den is tough. The fox itself was an ancient and dread foe of our people. Cunning and patient. I don't know whether the fox ever returned to his home. If he did, it would have been long after we had left for our new home. And that was a generation. Even foxes aren't that long-lived. But it's possible. Gesundheit.
Sorry.
Gesundheit. It's fine. Pollen's everywhere here. It's a mess.
Not used to being around all these bees.
If it makes you feel any better, every morning I wake up and I grab a handful of beeswax and he just like literally does that, like wipes it across his face, and you can see like it's literally like he has a whole thing of Vaseline over the front of his nose.
My brain's so broken. You said every day I wake up, and it like
know,
made me
right?
start laughing.
You said it earlier too, and I was like,
Every day I wake up.
But yeah, no, his like whole nose is like covered in wax, and you can't smell a thing. You can't get anything out of your nose. It's fantastic. You just have to grabs it and sort of slops it on the ground. Not leave it on for long. Gets in the nostrils. Terrible for you.
I think I'll just pull my kerchief over my face instead.
just pull your cloak a little higher, and Thom does the same. Right. So, the fox is a dread foe, but cunning and patient, as I said. Even if the fox died, I wouldn't be surprised if his kids took up his old residence, or insisted upon it upon our departure. That said, I don't know how many mice were left behind. We don't know about any of these places. As I understand, I should have a runner coming soon with more information. If they'll ever arrive, maybe one day I'll be able to tell you more about it. But, in the meantime, something tells me that if this land is filled with predators, the fox's kits have returned to roost. In which case we might be looking at a fiefdom, a predator fiefdom, which will be a problem, but one we can solve with force. In terms of its structure, I have more knowledge if you'd like. That's a little better documented.
I would appreciate that, as well as any future knowledge you gain on the subject.
You're welcome to come and visit me anytime, but my old legs aren't fast enough to keep track and pace with these damn tortoises.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
Too
you can
fast for me.
send the what is his title again?
Apiarist. The apprentice apiarist, yeah.
Send the apiarist apprentice to fetch me. I'm sure he won't mind.
Telfarin? We could barely share the same room without me ending up trying to cuff the lad. It's fine.
I grew up in the same town as him, so I understand your...
Oh, I am so very sorry.
got him.
Why?
Well, fine. I'll send the lad out to you, but if he's busy with his work, which he often is, I'll send a runner. I do have an apprentice record keeper somewhere over here. And about when he says that, you can see like a little mouse poke his head through one of the honeycombs on the side. Just, Jasper? I have the thing for you. And he's like pushes, and you just see this little scroll come like landing on the ground. He walks over. About damn time. So that go faster if you let me go through the front door. No. You always leave it open. And the bees get out. And Telfarin comes in. And never get him to shut up. You go through the tubes now. Till you can learn your lesson. Like a week. Maybe.
To the tubes with you.
And yeah, he's literally poking his head through like one of the honeycomb sections that the bees come through. And he is small. He's a really small mouse. He's a young fur. He's likely in preparation to become a tender paw for the guard, and this is him going through his mentorship with a professional. Fortunately, he ended up with Jasper as his mentor. So the young mouse sort of like looks right and just like pushes himself back out, and you can hear that of him pushing out, and he's probably soaked in honey every time he does this.
Smells amazing.
Oh, this place smells heavenly. Jasper slowly returns back to the scroll. In terms of the structure of the old fox's den, the fox's den is built like a den of a fox, but the internal structure is more complex because he had mice hollow it out for him. And he presses down on like it's like a cast iron thing, not unlike the old sewing machines of the past. And every time he ratchets his foot on this cast iron pad at the bottom, ratchets it forward and back, it moves the scroll a little bit further forward. And eventually you get to an image where it's this etching of what looks like a tunnel going down. And underneath you see multiple layers. And then a large, massive chamber on top, which you can see goes further into a number of other tunnels. The wolf's den, or the fox's den. The wolf's den is another problem entirely. We'll get to those assholes at one point. The fox's den is built around the premise that it is made to enslave mice on every structure. So, the fox lives above, the mice live below. It is built on a central chamber, a large amphitheater, which the fox would address his mice. From what the records say, and he like moves it forward, and you can see like there's a sketch of the fox's den, and in it you can see the fox lording over this small mouse, drawn beautifully hand illuminated, and this mouse wearing a small pelt of fox fur, and with a giant flail on the ground, like a giant chain flail, not unlike the Witch King of Angmar, is talking to this fox, and the whole bottom tier and second tier of this little amphitheater is lined with mouse skulls in the sketch, like set into the stone. And you saw that architecture similarly back in Gauntlet, in the tunnels below where the snakes were. This is clearly how they dealt with their old servants. And unfortunately, it is entirely likely that the masonry is somewhat ossified. But the structure of it is such that beneath that tablet the fox would address our kind upon is where the mice would live, who live in the fox's den. Below should be a barracks made to mouse specifications, but made with a large hole in the middle that the fox may stick his head through and observe each floor. Likewise, each floor itself is not unlike, from what I've been able to ascertain, something of a slum. There is no structures for individuals sleeping. There is a large shared pool for bathing. There is a large shared fire pit for eating. But it is massive, made to house many dozens of mice. Easily almost as big a structure as probably Lockhaven would be. On the outside is where the majority of the mice of the fox's den lived, and they lived in squalor in the brush, scratching for what they could, hiding beneath rocks and mud huts. But this is as close a description as I can get to you. Granted, this is an artist's illumination, but it will do. Young one, and you see the mouse sort of hop his head back through another beehole. Yes, sir. Get me some of my charcoal, please. Need to do an etching for the young woman. Yes.
The beehole,
and he literally, he literally
the beehole.
Sticking
I
his
don't
head
get over it, children.
through the beehole.
He stuck his head through the beehole.
He pushes his way through the hive, and you just see this onto the ground on the other side. I'm just gonna see if I can make you guys laugh as hard as I can all session. Funny thing is, I'm not even trying. I'm just tired. I'm not catching myself.
Because they're laughing.
That's fair. The little mouse pushes himself through and just splats on the ground, like soaked in honey, like a wet sack dropped on the ground. He just stands up and walks over to the other side. So sticky, so sticky, so sticky, so sticky. Just shakes his hands clear, and then grabs this thing of charcoal, which is almost as big as his torso. Runs over and hands it to him, and Jasper takes the charcoal, puts another piece of paper over the top of the illumination, and just pushes it across, and makes one pretty well done illumination. It's not the best, but he then takes the charcoal, puts it down, grabs a thing of beeswax, pushes it across. And he basically makes like a screen print out of it, effectively. A laminated screen print in like no time flat.
Just send him a loaf of bread. No,
So-
wheat rolls. Made with the honey.
I think he would very much appreciate that. So he nods and bows. Is there anything else you wanted to know, by any chance? I can't tell you about the present, but I can tell you about the past. And also, can I see that scroll you brought, young boy? And the mouse just walks over again, like a little bit less sticky, grabs the thing and hands it over. Excellent, an updated map. So to get there, we're going to need to go through not 1, not 2, but 3 predator cities. Great! That's lovely! I just wanted to be eaten alive so badly. And he just rolls the scroll over and hands it back to the mouse. Put it back on the shelves, and just swats him and send him on his way. I'll update the maps. Sorry. Go ahead.
Just one question. Given the history that the mice have had and everything, do you think that we would be capable of taking out any foxes before we all die, doomed to have this fox's den be our grave and all that stuff? But before that happens...
You want to know if you can feel optimistic. That's fair. Optimism is a fool's trap. And I'm not a particularly optimistic person. However, if we were to encounter a single fox, or even 1 or 2, we might be able to handle it. If we can draw them into the open. That's what we brought the cannons for. The fire lances are specifically for slaying large predators. I have been assured they can kill bears. I have also assured them back that is nonsense, and that a bear's skull is nearly a couple of inches thick, and there's no way that small caliber weapon will penetrate through it. But our journey is built on optimism. I suppose it is also built on an optimistic assessment of caliber to skull penetration. So, long and short, maybe 1 or 2. But if these foxes are bred over time, and we face an army, we will be in for a terrible battle.
Thank you, Jasper. I appreciate the information, and I will be in touch again. You know where to find me, and I you.
Yes, by all means, feel free to come by any time, as long as I'm not working. Which means, make sure you ask Tofrin first, or else don't come by. I'm probably busy. Have a lovely day.
You as well. And I will be sending him some goodies or something as a thank you for the map and information.
He nods and sort of just lets you go out the door, and then just turns to the young mouse as you're going in there. You can sort of hear like the last thing of like, "You're going to put a sign on my door that says, 'Leave me the,'" and then like that's when it cuts off as the door closes. Who's next?
Nice old mouse, I say loudly as I walk by Tofrin to make him think that things went a lot better. I mean, they were bad, but just to make him think that maybe he was nice to me.
I'm glad the old codger was helpful. Have a good day. Good luck with that. Whatever you had to go to him for.
Well, while I'm here, I would like to purchase a bit of honey. We don't have to roleplay that. She'll just buy some honey on her way out for the rolls and everything.
That's fair. Honestly, you're allotted like a portion. That's not that hard. The expedition doesn't usually trade in too much coin. You might have your own, but that's really for more like establishing cities, that kind of thing. So they have advised, hold on to your coin until later.
I'll probably tell him if he throws in a little extra honey, I'll send him some rolls as well.
Okay, that would work. So yeah, honey acquired, knowledge acquired. Next, we will go to you talking with Duran, but I want to give one of these two gentlemen a chance.
Go for it.
Who's next?
I want Cole to kill a baby snake.
Okay. Interesting.
I'm gonna teach an owl who's boss.
Nice. You broke on me.
How many just needs to know he's not at the top of the pecking order anymore?
Got him. Peck. That's a very effective attack on bug-based Pokemon.
On bird.
Okay, so snakes, right? Okay, snakes.
Hey, you get to
Omni
take out
was-
all your frustration on Red here in a minute. You've had two different complications arise this session, both of them aimed at Red.
Oh, I am. It's gonna be.
I'm gonna go make
interesting.
popcorn.
Yeah, Derek was telling me all about it.
Oh my god. He did it again, folks.
So, Derek.
Anyway, I'm gonna let you claw your session back.
Derek. Before I go mad and rocks fall. Alright, so you want to bloody Cole.
Yeah.
That's gonna be interesting. So killing snakes, that might not be super easy, but you can certainly try to see if you can find one if you want to hunt.
I'm great at that. And we're not too far away from Serpent Run, right?
You're about going by what the map has. If I can close these, close this, and wow, I opened up literally everything, didn't I? There we go. Got that right there. Serpent's Run is about, from where I've got my eraser to be about the right size of the scale. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days travel for you. So it is a bit of a ways off. But that said, Gauntlet is actually built on an old serpent's nest. So the possibility there might be a couple of insurgent serpents, not too impossible to imagine. So you would need to hunt for it, though.
I can
Or
hunt.
see if you could, or if you could want to find out from others where they might be hiding, if there is any mice left. Or sorry, if there are any mice left, if there's any snakes left.
Yukon will hunt.
Excellent.
I'm gonna
All
guess
right, then.
Snakewise comes into play here.
Absolutely. Roll me Snakewise and Hunter. For obvious reasons. Okay. So right there, that takes care of the 2 6s, but you still managed to make, oh my god, a significant roll. You're
Yeah.
looking at 5 successes, even factoring out the 2 6s that got killed by 2 traitors. So yeah, that's pretty solid. That's some pretty solid work. So you are able to find, you are able to start like picking up the trail. Your hunting in this region is a little difficult. For starters, Gauntlet is a full-on city. So to hunt effectively, you would need to leave it. And as you're on the way out, I figure a couple of the weasels would engage you, like sort of like whisper, like, "Brother, be careful, brother. There are beasts in the wild." And maybe even one just would like reach over and be like, "Brother, what do you seek?" And would probably like, after a quick exchange, let you know, like, "Hey, there might be a small nest of serpents outside the town, but don't let me be the one who told you."
I just give him a wink. Dukan is best hunter.
Winks back. "I trust you, brother." And then he sort of like slinks back into the darkness below one of the homes. Finding where out of the town it would be, or out of the city, that's another thing entirely. So your role is more than enough to justify it. Cole, this whole way, stays on your heels. He's doing his best to try to keep pace, and it is not an easy task. But as you sort of
his
get out,
hammer is
wow.
still being fixed right now.
Yes, his hammer is currently with the expedition. He is using the eel tooth.
Cool.
So, describe to me how you would be hunting your prey, how you would lead this.
First of all, Dukan would be looking for signs of, like, snake life, you know, tracks, dookies. I'm pretty sure when snakes eat something that has a lot of bones in it, it would be very obvious when they poop it out. So finding something like that, and then locating their den with the old tricks that his mentor, Long Fang, taught him.
All right. So, I could definitely see that. The good news is that, at least in these parts, in these shale hills, there's not too much in the way of tracks you can go to. But there are other signs. And the most important signs are the impact of a snake on its environment, which is largely the lack of prey.
Right.
As you get closer to predators, prey becomes scarcer and quieter. And using that as a gauge, you've been able to sort of hone in on where they are. As you get further and further into the shale, you start noticing the small signs of the snakes. You do occasionally see the odd trail on the ground, and if you have some uncomfortable music, man, you could put it on.
Okay.
Yes. Perfect. Good stuff. As you go deeper into the shale, further away from Gauntlet, you can see the receding into the distance as it is starting to get darker. We are now at evening, and the sun is beginning to drop. And so, moving into the distance, you can see the warm, glowing light of Gauntlet getting smaller, and the couple of watchtowers that spread outwards, honestly, like lighthouses in the sea. Sort of just this little specks of yellow light getting further away. You see the base of one of the furthest watchtowers, which you can see has been broken down. Broken in half like a tree during a hurricane wind. The base of it, you can see the distinctive tube-like trail left behind by a snake. It's the little bit of soil between the stone that captured it. It's not a big snake. We're not talking a rattler, but we are probably talking like a rat snake of some kind. Which, again, for your size, that's enough to kill you. Easy.
I point
From the
out
size of it, you're probably looking at a juvenile or an adolescent. An adolescent probably is more accurate.
I point out to Cole what it is I'm looking for, and inform him.
We are close. I hope you are ready.
Have you told Cole about what he's doing?
Nope.
I'm not going to lie, Master, but you haven't told me what we're going to do here. We're sneaking out into the dark and show me these tracks. I presume we're hunting?
Does Cole know what Dukan did back in the old lands?
I know very little of your kind, Dukan. I know very little of your lore or your history. So, no, I don't.
Dukan slayed many mice, but before that, Dukan hunted serpents. There is
The mouse...
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
There is an order amongst Dukan's kind that specialize in such things. Longfang was my mentor, as I am yours.
So, at hearing you tell him, like, you killed many mice, you see his hackles rise a little, but he was prepared for that. Like, you're a weasel. Saying you've killed mice is kind of like saying that I breathe air. It's expected. But when you say that you made your reputation by killing snakes, that, on the other hand, makes him sort of like take a step back. Snakes? My lord, Mouseguard can take on snakes, but it takes patrols. It takes 3, 6, 9 mice sometimes to kill a snake, to kill a serpent.
Dukan just kind of laughs darkly and says,
How did Cole think Dukan acquired such a lovely cloak and headdress? Through purchase.
He just sort of looks up at the cloak you wear and then back up at you. I'll be honest, I never really noticed too much. I sort of just assumed it was ceremonial. I didn't realize it was a trophy. Are you going to make me slay one of these things alone? I'm honored you think I'm capable of that.
Even
I'm but one mouse.
Dukan did not face his first serpent alone. When Longfang took Dukan to face the Great Rattler, Longfang died in this hunt, and Dukan broke his master's axe.
And he kind of like hoists his halberd. At one point, it was a great axe, but in the battle with the snake, it was broken, and the busted end kind of ended up being exactly what he needed at the last moment to pry its mouth open and kind of give him the opening that he needed.
Dukan will not make such mistakes. Dukan does not die this day.
Okay. I'm ready. He reaches over and he pulls out the eel tooth, and I'm gonna have him right quickly. Wait. I literally was so far up the scroll I can't see it. There we go. Okay. So he takes a deep breath, and it's sort of shaky, and his breath rattles a little bit, and he just and draws his blade and begins to stalk forward. What kind are we looking for?
What would be... I'm trying to think, what would be the weasel term for this kind of snake?
I think you probably would go with the term rat snake.
Rat snake.
Most likely.
So we
they
do
would
know
draw
what
very
rats
little...
are.
Well, weasels have an idea what rats are, but in terms of, like, mice and mouse kind, and on top of that also, for weasel interaction... It's not like you know them as having any grand civilizations. So, for as far as you're concerned and your history is concerned, they are prey.
Rat snake. Don't ask what a rat is. You wouldn't want to know.
I will not ask then. Adults or juvenile?
Perhaps your age.
Lovely. All
An
right.
even quarry for your first blood.
I hope you're right. He steps forward and sort of leans into... At this point, it is getting very dark. And you can see at this point some of the scrub brush has crawled into the shards of sharpened rock that make up these foothills. And behind these creepers as big as a mouse's body and leaves as big as a tower shield, you can see like shadows creeping. And it could be anything. It can be insects starting to move at night. It could be serpents. It could be what have you.
Can I use my wolf snoot to make a scent check?
Yes, you can. And
Yay.
in fact, not just that. The way that this works is by activating your wolf snoot for this scene, you get... Here we go. You will get yourself... I believe you have this at... What do you have? It's recharge a trait. Okay. Oh, interesting. So you can use your wolf snoot to automatically pass one roll of your choice, basically. At least for your player turn. Once it's on it's on my turn, then it just gives you bonuses. But here, it lets you just at one point just go, I auto pass this. So
then, yeah, I would like to suss out where the snake is so that it can't take us by surprise.
Okay, excellent. So if that's the case, then I'm going to say that this was either a hunter or a pathfinder roll. Actually, no, a scout roll. Either a scout roll or a pathfinder roll.
I'll
Your
take a
call.
scout.
Okay, give yourself an automatic pass on that.
Yay.
So as you sort of look into the dark, and you can see Cole like looking into this pitch black and not really able to see too much. He has a little bit of night vision, but compared to yours, and even compared to like your scent, it's not much. You sort of lean down and smell at the ground and like dig your little paws, your little weaselly paws through the soil and hold it up. And as you do, catch the familiar scent, like a slightly oily, almost like a burnt rubber kind of smell, which is equivalent to like the greasy like surface oil of a serpent. And following that scent with your nose, you sort of, and your whole body kind of like turns as you do this, and almost like a pointer, kind of like eventually you find yourself facing in a direction, and as you do, you see slowly a pair of like baleful yellow-green eyes open, and ahead of you in the dark. And the familiar vertical slit of a serpent's eye looks at you, and you hear, I'm going to have you roll me a nature roll for this.
And do.
This next bit.
Okay. 4, 4, 5, 4. And then 2 2s.
Okay. That's enough successes. So, give yourself another success on that.
Yay.
You can hear this very deep hissing kind of sound come through, and you know enough of the language of beast to understand it. And so the serpent addressing you, why are you so far from home, Weasel? Your chain's been cut.
This one finds no chains on Dukan.
And he's gonna like slam his head down, which will engage the eel bone helmet and the metal contraptions to like shink.
It clicks in like the berserker armor. And on the other side of the stone, you can hear it as it draws breath and its eyes slightly move further into the dark. Strange. You're right. I can taste you from here. You don't smell like one of the mouses. But you still stray far from your people. And you bring tribute. I'm not used to being fed by mice. My father spoke of it. Strange. I figured I'd have to hunt you more normally than this.
Dukan brings nothing for you but death.
And I would like to launch myself at the snake.
Okay. All right, cowboy. So this is going to be a nature roll off. Woohoo!
Q Snake Eater, Metal Gear Solid 3.
Snake Eater.
I'll give
Rattlesnake
my life.
shake from Rango. All right. Let's see.
Damn, all the 3 6s. You know what that means?
Spooky
That means I gotta get
season.
3 6s too.
Spooky season.
Damn. Yeah. No. You have initiative, and also I'm gonna roll. Small roll. Hey, he's on fire too.
Let's roll.
He's on fire, that's bad. Well, that's good for the con.
Pat him out. Yeah. No, that's actually pretty great. And hey, Sam, good to see you.
Good to see you, Sam.
Make out. It's on fire.
So you see, you see that next to you. Actually, that's a roll off. Oh damn, that is a roll off.
He doesn't have him on sixes.
That wouldn't matter in this particular instance.
Got it.
So for this case, all right. So the serpent does go before Cole. So you throw yourself bodily into the darkness, and you really can't like see more than the eyes of this serpent. But as you do, you can like as you get closer, and the darkness envelops you, and you sort of like start to get a little bit more of your dark sight back. You sort of see a little more of the size of this thing. This thing is like a hair longer than you. Not quite thicker for sure, but like we're talking probably about like 1.5 foot long, which is still pretty sizable for an animal. Like this would be the sort of thing that weasels might frequently fight, but for a mouse, this would be a big threat. So or at least a moderate threat. This would be like a half a patrol that would have to deal with this. So you chose your quarry well. Doesn't have a rattle. It doesn't seem to have any venom sacs, but it does, you see, have the markings of a rat snake, which is like sort of a stippled sort of like, it's like a yellow with like a white and black pattern on its back. And its mouth is a little bit thinner. Its eyes a little more square off to the sides. So it has to sort of like turn its head one way or another to address you. But you also see that its jaw is a little bit differently shaped, designed to unhinge and grow wide and eat mice whole. As you lunge yourself at it, what do you do? Because you get your first option to choose whether you're going to attack, defend, or you're going to feint.
Do I get snake-wise fighting this thing?
You absolutely get snake-wise fighting
Holy
this thing.
shit. Okay.
You're going to have an insanely huge pool.
In that case, I am going to... I'm going to...
cooling over here.
If I pull a maneuver, does that mean that I can kind of make myself the target while also minimizing the amount of damage that I would be taking?
Possibly. So, when you're doing a maneuver, what you're really doing is you're positioning yourself advantageously. So if you want, you could just sort of get yourself to like a high ground, or push this thing into like more disadvantageous terrain. So like this can be sort of a like a push or a flanking move. This sounds like you're pushing since you've thrown yourself at this thing. So you're trying to make this thing onto its back foot.
Yeah, I would like to literally like jump almost into the center of his coil, I guess, and then with like the hooked part of the broken end of my halberd, get him under the neck and hurl him with a lot of force onto the shaly, rocky ground where I imagine he would have a hard time finding purchase.
Okay, that's fair. So if that's the case, then you are wielding yourself what is effectively, I believe, a great axe, a halberd.
It's a halberd.
Oh no, it was an axe. We gave it an axe, I believe, right?
No, it's a halberd.
It's a halberd? Okay.
Yeah.
So you choose which mode you're using before you announce your first action. So are you using it as a spear or an axe? You have to use it for the rest of the fight that way.
Probably an axe. Well,
Okay.
let me think. And if I were to use it as... I don't know what the difference is mechanically, to be honest with you.
Okay. So a spear, your attack action counts as a versus against another attack, and is independent against a maneuver. So it means that basically you get to attack people who are maneuvering you, which is normally just wouldn't let you do shit. And if you were attacking someone else, your attack is a versus attack, which means normally if two people attack, they both hurt each other. It's kind of like when you see like the two anime characters both punching each other at the same time. They both land a hit, they both hurt each other. This would mean it's a versus roll. Only one of you two is going to hurt each other, which means it gives you sort of a better defensive option. It also gives you a +1 die to maneuver actions against normal weapons, or in this case, I would say a snake would work.
Oh, then yeah, I'm definitely taking the spear. That sounds like the Serpent Hunter mode.
Yeah, the axe normally will be deadly, where it just gives you one success after a successful attack, but it gives you -1 die to feint or defend.
Okay, well, I'm just trying to soften this thing up so my boy can get the kill. Yeah, I'm definitely going to go with the spear.
Okay, cool. Excellent then. So that's the case, then you get an extra die to your maneuver action.
Ooh,
He's a good mentor.
Because, also fun fact, you are using a maneuver which is versus a defend, which is what the snake decided, because you startled the ever-loving shit out of it. And that is a versus roll. So roll it out, homeboy.
Okay, I did. I rolled.
Okay.
I have
Stay
1,
over here.
2, 3, 4, 5 successes. It's actually not a lot for how many dice I rolled.
It's really not, actually. Here we go.
Oh,
There we go.
1 second. Woden is screaming to be let.
The puppet screaming.
I love that. I love that. There we go. Okay.
Sorry about that.
This is actually... No, you're good.
Okay.
The mic actually completely dulled it out. I couldn't hear a thing. So, we'll say, yeah, this is a milk snake equivalent.
Milk snake.
Yeah, that's actually one of the things. So, or it has the same stats as a milk snake. So in this case, then we're gonna go with.
You're my favorite little milk snake.
5, and then. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4 minus 1. That's 2. 2 versus 4, 5. Okay. So yeah. You still triumph over this thing in this attack, so you do succeed on this attack roll, or on this maneuver roll. So make sure you. What was it that you were rolling specifically for this maneuver?
Fighter and snake.
Fighter?
Eyes.
Okay, that's fair.
Fighter
Make sure I
level
got
8, baby. Let's fucking go.
Hell yeah!
So make sure I've got.
Fucking
this.
kill him! Don't leave him his jacket.
So in a fight animal, that would be a fighter works. Okay, cool. So you are gonna give yourself success on fighter, and also on the snake as well. Also on snake wise. That actually is gonna immediately level snake wise up to 4.
No,
actually.
I leveled fighter up. Snakewise needs 1 more. I already did it.
Oh, okay. That was after you leveled it up with success.
Yeah.
So as you leap at this thing, and this thing just rears back and just, like opens its mouth, and as it does, its jaw kind of opens up and unhinges to try to frighten you. But you kind of got this thing's number, and just like you described, you hook it underneath it with the back of your halberd. You just kind of grab it and yeet, and you just sort of throw it against one of the nearby shards of stone, and it sort of slaps against it like a wet rag. It just sort of like straightens up, shakes its head. It's a little bit dazed. It's definitely in an awkward position. So, next up is our boy. I'm going to let you decide: attack, defend, feint, or maneuver.
I would like him to defend right now. Probably is the best move.
Okay, to defend?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, then. Excellent. So, knowing that, I just need to check here.
He only has a sword. He doesn't have a bow, you guys.
That's correct. So, defend, that would be lore or nature. For him, we'll use nature. That's
Man's
probably
in the melee. Motherfucker.
Okay. So you can go with this. He's a tender paw. Okay, so nature's actually pretty high. And he also has himself a dagger. Oh, nice.
I think for him it serves as a longsword, right?
Yes, you're right. It does serve as a longsword. That's just a sword. Which 1d to the action of your choice in a fight. I'm gonna have him choose to use it for attack. So it won't give him a mechanical bonus. That's for the duration of this fight. So he's just gonna have his base 4. Okay, buddy, it's 4 versus.
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh no!
Mouse fucking dies.
That's rough. So, fun fact, as you sort of swat at him and throw this snake around the chamber, and sort of around this like small clearing of shale, and into this sharp rock, sort of stands up, shakes its head, and behind you, you can see that Cole is kind of just like gone, like crouching behind his sword, and like circle around you. Like stay around where you are, but also sort of like get himself in a better position. And the serpent shakes his head, and his eyes sort of like clear and lock onto Cole, and his tail lashes out and snaps on him like a whip. Just catches him right side the head and just flings him like a good, from
My
his
boy.
perspective, like 2-3 body lengths. and tumbles on the ground. He actually chose an attack. So that was a versus action. He handily won that. So
fucking slaps.
So the serpent just slowly brings himself up to his full height and hisses and says, "You send a pup to slay a serpent? It's like sending a seed to kill a mouse." And he just sort of slithers forward. I'm going to have you choose what your next actions are, Chief.
Oh, I'm gonna attack him now.
Okay. All right. So this is interesting. You went with spear, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. You're attacking him at this point?
Yeah.
So that means you're going to attack him. Okay. So the snake actually chose, and I need to look at this right to make sure. Let's see. Okay. You catch the serpent in a rather uncomfortable position. The serpent was getting ready to faint. He was going to sort of lash out at you, but clearly pulled back. He didn't expect you to step forward and bring blade to bear. So describe what you want to do.
Yeah. So, should I roll the dice first?
Yes, because the fainting player does not attack or defend. So you just roll your attack dice. We see how bad it is. That's
it's bad
pretty
for him.
fucking bad. That's really fucking bad.
I'm gonna spend a fate point.
Oh my god.
Ah, fuck. Wasted fate point.
Yeah. It was worth a shot. So,
Kill him.
So what are you trying to do? What are you trying to do with your attack?
So Dukan looks to Cole, who probably just got like slapped into the side of a rock or something, and then looks over to the serpent and kind of takes in the measure, like locking eyes behind his heavy armored helmet, and he says,
"You think yourself so great, an arch serpent."
And he just kind of laughs darkly.
"No. This is the end of your story. This is the end of you. But for Cole, you are merely the first notch on his blade."
And I just like leap up, like throw my halberd like a spear at him, and then come like crashing down on top of him a moment later, just like wildly flailing and like keeping my balance on top of him, like batting the shit out of his head with like the flat side of my axe.
This is literally, if any human were to have stumbled across this fight, this would be like watching a snake and a mongoose fight. Like from their perspective, it's literally just like this mongoose leaps and then just this blur of motion.
That's exactly
but for
what I
you,
based it off of,
in
That's
this
really great.
moment of like epic Marvel imagery on your size and your scale, you leap up and throw your spear, and the spear goes through a chunk of the snake's tail. You just hear it like immediately react with pain as you land on it, and then begin, like, you grab it, sort of pull the spear, and begin beating it. And the snake is rolling and thrashing and flailing and doing everything it can to get you off of it. But you're almost as long as it, and you are certainly more massive. And this thing is now injured, and it is hurting. It is bleeding, and it is not in a good place. What do you want Cole to do? Attack, defend, maneuver, or feint?
Cole probably might kill this thing, but he only has the 3 dice, right?
He actually has for this, he actually has more. He's a tender paw, so for him he has Hunter 3, he has the 1 from the sword. I would give him a situational advantage as well because you're on top of the snake.
Okay,
So he would have 5 dice.
I'll have him attack them.
So, entertainingly, as you tell Cole to attack, he stands up, sort of like holding the sword and just like pushing himself up in like a half push-up, and just looks over to see you on top of this thing, like batting it as you're giving the command. Just leans over, spits this thick wad of blood onto the ground, and then just bolts straight at this serpent. As the serpent sees like you're sort of thrashing about, and it's trying to make itself big and terrifying and like this massive threat, and basically make the fight, the scramble between you and the serpent so intimidating that this small tender footpaw won't dare come close. And yet he pushes through that and sprints straight at him because he was told to attack and the snake was fainting. So, feigning an attack. Unfortunately for him, I'm going to have him spend his single fate point for the day.
Go, little buddy, go. Nice! Keep going! Keep going! Let's fucking go!
It's still pretty epic, though. That is 3 successes out of 1.
The number of the beast.
Even the little guy got 3 sixes.
I'm metal! Nice.
I can't wait to get 3 wands. Let's go.
Sale. Nice. That's one Fate and Persona for everybody. That's super cool. So you can see, you see Cole running up and sprinting, and the serpent's. There are more coming. We'll take it back. We'll take it back. And then Cole just runs over, grabs the serpent's jaw, pulls him down, just right through the bottom of the skull. And like through the soft tissue beneath the head, just through the top. You just see a little at the top of the scales, and the snake's eyes immediately go milky white, and it just falls onto the ground dead.
Oh, hell
I'm
yeah.
eating snake tonight, boys.
Dukan, I imagine he probably he knows how to fight a snake, especially one that is used to eating mice and stuff. So I imagine that he used his halberd to keep the jaws pried open, at which point he just slides it, the snake's mouth closes, and he just puts his hand on Cole's shoulder, which probably takes up the entire little lad's back, and slots back his helmet, looks very deeply at the little mouse, and goes,
We shall make a weasel of Cole yet.
Cole just sort of looks up at you and looks down at the serpent. My mentor told me you go for the soft jaws. Soft part between the jaws. He was right. Oh, thank you, Dukan. He bows his head deeply. Oh, that was... Could you carry it back? Ow. And, you can see, the side of his face is just this giant triangular, bruised welt where the serpent's tail hit him. It's like he caught a bullwhip to the teeth.
Oy.
You can see he's still, bleeding a little bit. He's holding it together, but he got his cage rattled really hard there. He might need to, actually rest for a day. Mechanically speaking, he has the injured condition.
yeah. Dukan tells him,
Sit and watch. Now you learn to weave.
and he's gonna begin, tanning the snake, the snake's hide, peeling all of the scales he can off of it, and most importantly, harvesting the skull so that he can use it to make an item for the lad. Probably some kind of armor.
All right, so that's gonna be a Weaver roll and a Snake-wise roll.
Yay!
Snake Weaver.
Snake Weaver.
It was stuck in my head since the first time you made the joke.
Okay. Oh, my brother. Give them both a pass and upgrade your Snake-wise
Yay.
right now.
Snake Weaver.
Snake
Snake
Budweiser.
It's like the crappier version of Budweiser. It's like Blind Snake from fucking like 40K. It's a snake in a bottle until it becomes alcohol. Yeah, no.
A bottle of liquor, but it's got a pickled snake inside, like the tequila with the worm.
It's
Yeah,
called
yeah.
habu sake, and it's a type of sake.
Really, you're not joking.
Yeah,
Like-
they put a live pit viper in it when they bottle it, and the pit viper drowns in alcohol and sprays its neurotoxic venom throughout it. And while it's kind of sitting there and aging, by the time it gets to the consumer and they drink it, the venom has been diluted enough that it just temporarily shuts down your liver instead of permanently damaging you. And so the idea is the sake mixed with the shutting down of the liver temporarily via neurotoxin gets you really fucked up really fast. I never had a night where I drank that stuff and didn't black out.
So people were telling me, because I went to culinary school, right? So people are saying that like dropping a live lobster into a boiling pot of water is cruel. They instantly die. I'm not gonna lie. They literally instantly die. And you're telling me that they literally drown a snake to
I
death?
was gonna say, that sounds really horrific for the snake. And
That's horrible.
It was
Damn.
offered to me, and I'm an adventurous person, so I said,
it's like when people eat
gonna
live
try it.
octopus or squids. It's just like, you
Yeah,
know,
that.
you don't have to hurt the animals that much to eat them.
Yeah. For the record, I was making a fucking Necromunda reference with fucking Blind Snake. I had no idea that was a thing.
That's
Like,
right.
I 100% bought that it was like the sort of thing that a bunch of really drugged up like scavengers in the crappiest, most grim, dark environment possible would think of. Like, we need alcohol. We'll just take a hyper-toxic snake and ram it into a bottle. Because honestly, if it kills us, it's better than living in
There's
this. But
people
apparently that's a real thing.
Feudal
And
Japan is pretty bad.
on Earth right now who crush up scorpions and smoke them to get high. So I'm not surprised that humans thought to drink snake poison to get drunk.
Feudal Japan
You know
was
what,
pretty
honestly?
bad.
That's
I
almost
think I've learned enough about humans today.
Shit.
I think I've learned enough about humans today.
Back
Wow.
to the mouses, mice, meese.
Damn.
Mises.
Yes, back to Mises. Yeah, no, you managed to skin this thing as best as you can. Its skin is still very soft. It's still a younger. It is an adolescent, so it's not quite as much as like an older, more dangerous milk snake. Like a milk snake, rat snakes and milk snakes, when they get big enough, like to a mouse, there's not much of a distinguishment except for the poison, which they do not possess, and also the rattle. In this instance, as they get older, their skin becomes like armor almost. It becomes literally sword-proof to mice in some cases. You need to find soft places, but this is still soft and very pliable and workable for you.
Fantastic.
You get the distinct feeling this serpent probably crawled away from its nest and has probably been like testing the boundaries of this town to try to pick off stragglers. It might have even caught like one or two mice like who were patrolling the outskirts. And you get the very distinct feeling this serpent is kind of like a serpent supremacist of sorts.
Mhm.
It's a young serpent hopped up on tails of glory and was hoping to get back and take over the town one day.
Yeah,
It would
I definitely
never
got
have
that
gotten-
impression.
Yeah, it wasn't going to get close. It would probably been killed a long time before it ever did that, but
Yeah.
this thing is still dangerous to see skulking around, and it probably tells you there's more of these things around here. It drives home quite how dangerous this territory is, and how Midnight wasn't overselling how much effort it takes to keep that city safe.
With that,
By the time you're done, I think like you can see that you can see Cole's kind of like flickering in and out of consciousness. He's not like passing out because he's injured. He's passing out because ow, and also tired.
yeah,
Like
I
that was a
had
lot of
marching all
exertion.
day. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that with that, Dukan will set some of the snake hide aside with the intention of making it into a hood for Cole, and then the rest of it he'll set aside as armor or parts of the armor that he'll be making the skull into through craftsmanship, and probably hitting up his buddy Jado once he gets back. But that's good for me. I assume
Okay.
we head back the next morning.
Absolutely. I
Since
figure
didn't
I'll
catch the
ask.
complications, you know.
Oh yeah, no. You did great. You did absolutely great. I am gonna ask. Do you guys want to take a quick break before
Yeah,
Red
I
we
think
get to
that-
yours?
It's probably
Because-
Yeah, that'd be great, man.
Perfect. All right. We'll be right back with more Mouse Guard.
sick. Don't go anywhere, anybody. Be right back. folks. Thank you all so much for waiting. Omni, what's happening?
Hello there, everyone. Welcome back to Mouse Guard. So then, Red.
Mhm.
Giles is looking for a mount. So tell me then, how do you go about this? How do you start? Because I'm assuming again we're going to pick up right where you left off. Dukan left right out of the chamber with Cole to go get himself a snake. We had Sienna go off immediately to go learn more about the quarry of the fox. What about you?
Okay, so Giles is going to have a long talk with Arabelle because he trusts Arabelle to sort of just like run things in his absence because she has many times before.
Right.
So he's going to explain to her that he has to do something. And he can't explain it because if he tried to explain it, people would literally just think that he was absolutely insane. So he is just going to say, I want you to trust me, no matter what happens. And if I don't come back, which Saint Bogdan praying, I shall. But if I don't come back, you'll run things in my absence the way that you think I would do things.
Arabelle sort of looks at you and as you speak, and she's sort of quiet the whole time, sort of leans in afterward. Boss, you know I'll gladly do whatever you need, but you're scaring me a little bit. You're not gonna go disappear into the woods, are you?
So, do you remember that story I told you when you was just a wee mouse? The one about Saint Silphino?
Regale me. It's been a long time.
Saint Silphino told his flock that he was going to do something absolutely insane, and that he needed their undivided trust. Saint Silphino had never done anything previous to earn the skepticism of his kinfolk. And he left and never returned. But in his place, a large hunk of driftwood came floating down the stream. And they use that driftwood, and they live out of it to this day. They knew it was him. They knew that he set out to do something that might be self-destructive, but to destroy oneself to save and help the greater mass, I think that's one of the most noble things he can do.
Arabelle crosses her arms and gives you a look, and I want you to roll Persuade for me.
Funnily enough, I don't think I have good persuasion.
That's funny.
I have two. Yeah, that'll do.
No. Yeah, you could be way worse on that.
True. Double fives.
Okay. Yeah, that's pretty fair. So she looks at you for a minute, breathes in, exhales, looks at you. All right, Giles. I'll let you go. Not like I have any way to stop you, besides drawing a blade, and I don't particularly feel like fighting the Swordmaster today. I've got my rear hand enough lately. But you, to do me a favor. Now remember, Saint Jeffar, who left to protect his flock, and came back. So come back. Alright?
I but Saint Jeffar was a yellow belly. Wave his hand like it was just like bullshit. my story was cooler. Silphino's cooler.
Yeah, she's never been one for telling the stories of the saints in great detail, but she tends to know them pretty well. She just likes hearing them talked about usually.
Oh yeah, Giles is a repertoire of saints. Like he knows like literally just like give him a topic and he'll fucking talk about saints for hours.
She slowly nods. All right, Giles. I'll keep an eye on it. That said, I just want you to know, I heard a runner coming bound, and say we're leaving in the morning, so make sure you're back before then. Best you can be.
I can make no such promises, but I'll do my best.
That's all I need. Your best. All right then, Giles. Go find yourself your great and terrible purpose. I'll keep an eye on your men. Your men. She nods and... yeah, she'll let you go.
He's gonna like take his like 2 little mouse fingers, which are pretty big compared to the rest of his flock, and he's gonna put them on her forehead. Yeah, man. For now.
For now. They'll be rather sore if they're not yours by tomorrow eve. And she's gonna stand up and give you like a very warm pat on the shoulder. And like it's kind of one of those like firm... Arabelle doesn't express much emotion usually beyond like a little bit of wittiness occasionally, but like every once in a while in the physical contact you can feel like there's that real genuine emotion. And it's... she squeezes your shoulder a little tighter than usual. She can tell there's something bounding about in your head. So she's going to let you go. But she really wants you to come back. She lets go of your shoulder and walks off the other part of the tortoise to handle the rest of the men.
He'd watch her like walk off, and he'd just like nod, and he's just gonna say to himself, "The wit of Saint Ainsley, and the heart of Saint Tavis." He's just gonna wave, even though he's like just generally waving, and he's gonna go wander up into the woods.
And then go wander up into the woods. Thanks,
She
Dale.
probably wave
That's
a little
nice.
bit too as you walk away. It's like before she turns back to the men. So, you're off in the woods.
The triple threat.
Hell yeah!
Oh man, that's so good. Well, okay, hang on, I gotta.
I'm fucking
do this.
standing up for that one. We're fucking
no,
doing
that's-
full stretch.
That's good stuff. That is.
Primo.
Oh, ooh, that was a pop. I felt that disc pop. That was
Old man Omni getting up there.
Yo, if my chair was in better condition, I could crack almost halfway up my back. I'm not even joking. That's actually a thing I can do. I love that.
I bet you're like one of those cats when you grab them and you like hold them and they just stretch out like really long. They're like 8 inches longer.
Pretty sure you're right. Apparently, the difference between me being 5'11" and 6 foot is depending on an 8-hour divide between when I get my doctor's appointment scheduled, morning or evening.
That's fair.
So, okay then. Well, you wander off towards the woods. Now, to get to the woods, where you are currently on the map, and let's call that up again, because we have... You know what? We're going to do more than just call that up. I'm going to make you guys a new one. We're going to make a new page, and this page is going to have as its base... I'm just going to grab this damn image.
Yeah, map.
I don't know why I'm randomly talking like that guy. Let's see, you know who? I don't need to call it
The
out.
announcer from SpongeBob.
That's the better answer.
We will no longer suffer under the tyranny.
Alright. So I'm going to, once this is loaded, the actual... Let me just make sure I'm on the right page for this.
Damn, my
So you
back
guys are
is
back on
weird
Mouse
now.
Guard Home. And, oh, okay. Did it load? Yes, it did. Okay, cool. I'm going to take you all and drag you all to our new weird page. And on our new weird page, on the new weird layer, the very back, I'm going to slap this baby down.
Oh,
We're going
nice.
to take that and make that thing properly scaled out.
Oh, a white square. My biggest fear. I'm quaking.
You'll be terrified. You'll be terrified of this one, lad. Alright, so once I do this, I'm going to hit this
You
in the
must start
background.
believing in wide squares, laddie. You're in one.
Killing one.
Alright.
If you had
So,
a chance to see a white square, would
if you could change your square.
if you
Um,
can change your square.
Here we go. Bam. There we are. So, okay. So Gauntlet, as you guys can see here, which is also weirdly crushed. This whole map is weirdly crushed. I do not like. I don't like what's going on with this nonsense. I don't approve. It's gonna slightly start to set a little more. There you go. That feels a little better. Yeah, sure, whatever. That's fine. So you guys at Gauntlet right now are gonna be. They're about a day's walk to the forest, but you are still in the foothills within that day's walk. If it weren't for the fact that you guys were marching on a tortoise guided by mice along secret passageways, you probably would have taken a lot longer to get this far inland. So, if you want, you can check the foothills around here, but any further than that's going to be tough. So, especially since you have... So here's my question to you. Do you actually plan to go farther than half? Do you plan to go farther than half a night's walk out?
So I'm right here.
Correct.
I'm like in Gauntlet.
Yeah. And to put it in perspective, the size of no snapping, the size of a hike is about, for like a day, that's about a day's walk. The only reason the mouse caravan isn't directly on top of Gauntlet is because it doesn't read well, but it is on Gauntlet. It's there. So you have basically this distance around Gauntlet to operate within. You can get to the edge of the forest, maybe. But if you do that, if you get close enough to the forest edge, you are pushing it. You are risking being left behind by the caravan.
True. To be fair, Giles said he'd be back, but Giles didn't mean that.
Yeah, but
He
Giles
also didn't
lied.
say when he'd be back.
Okay, so that was a fucking lie.
All right.
Okay. So, how many tiers above my weight class am I allowed to punch again, too?
So with a squat, with like mice backing you up, I would let you go all the way up to 2. But right now, 1. I'll let you go 1 above. 2 is what you can work up to personally. Anything above that, you will require warfare or science mice to achieve, and you will need a lot of them. It will be an engineering feat, or it will be strategic military feat to achieve those goals beyond that. So, going by that, we have the natural order.
I would want to get an owl, but that's 2 up, so I'm thinking.
Yeah, definitely, 100%. So, going by that, you can get yourself a... There's not many flying things at this height, but there's a lot of climbing stuff you could get. So squirrels, flying squirrels, hares, and bullfrogs are all reasonably within your reach. Moles are a little tough because they're not an ideal mount. They're not particularly fast. They're great for tunneling, but you guys don't seem to need to be underground right now. I don't know. Maybe you want to be underground.
I'm gonna take Jeffrey and Janet with me.
Okay. I'm willing
I
to
want
say
an
that's
owl.
possible. Okay. Oh, okay. That's going to be interesting. So Jeffrey and Janet will slink off with you then, we'll say. I'm assuming, are you telling Arabelle you're taking those 2? Or are you
No.
just taking them? Okay. So they disappear into the night with you. Jeffrey and Janet, both of them, following after you. As far as they're concerned, like, you know, they're doing their job. Like, that's their thing. They're helping the boss.
I was just following orders.
Yeah, pretty much. So the 2 of them are sort of following behind you. So, and this is Jeffrey. You wanted us to follow you out here? All the way out here? This is getting pretty far from Gauntlet.
What are you scared of, lad?
I think my brother's more worried about getting back in time, my lord.
Well, the faster this goes, and the less faffing about you do, we'll get back sooner.
All right, fine. As you say, my lord. Lead the way. And they both like fall in line behind you, but you can tell they're a little nervous. Like they're counting the hours, even if you're not. So
Giles is like completely like feral at this point. He's had quite a few drinks in his system to sort of like take the edge off, and they see him like rolling his shoulders and like stretching with his sword over the back, like he's getting ready for something. He doesn't explain
Okay.
why he needed them. He's just like, "You're coming with me."
All right then. So, you go into the foothills, where the sharp stones continue to go as far as the eye can see. And as you wander along, I'm willing to say it's going to take you about 3 hours, at least, to get far enough away where you can start hunting for animals that'll be like wild enough to really find, that big enough. Because you're trying to go for an owl, that's going to take a lot. To do an owl, to catch an owl, it's going to take you to the edge of the forest, or the most forest far enough side. Derek, could you put on some creepy ass music for us?
I sure can.
Thank you, buddy. Beautiful. Wonderful. So, I'm assuming you're heading towards the forest, though. Is that a correct assumption?
Yes.
Okay. So, let me take a look at this.
Mr. Brisby going into the forest to meet the owl. Mrs. Brisby. I don't know what that reference is to.
Oh, that's Watership Down. Watershed Down.
Oh, Natalie
Actually, if I'm-
refuses to acknowledge that movie's existence.
Oh,
Never
I'm sorry
seen
about that.
Not for kids. I learned that recently. It was never made for kids. There's just a cartoon movie from the 70s that my parents bought or rented from Blockbuster and put on for me as a child.
Oh, yeah, no, that is not a kids movie. That is
I
absolutely.
didn't know.
Actually, no. Watershed Down. That's something else. That's the rabbit one. It's not Watershed Down. It's oh god, I can't remember that. Ms. Brisby. Oh man, it's gonna bother me. Please fill me in, Bon. I can't remember the name of it. It's gonna bug me. It's the one with the fucking with Ratigan. No, yeah, I think it's with Ratigan. I can't remember the name.
It's fuck. Oh,
You know what I'm talking about. I can't remember the name.
Secrets of Nim.
Secret of Nim. Thank you. That's what it was. Oh my god, Mouse
Mouse
Detective.
detective. Yeah, there is a Ratigan and Mouse detective.
Yeah, Ratigan is a Mouse Detective,
Yeah.
and Ms. Brisby is in Secret of Nim, which is a beautifully animated film. Can't recommend it enough.
Please.
I did say Ratigan. You're right. It isn't Ratigan in that; it's something else. But there is a
This, like,
giant
threw
rat.
me
in there.
off. I was like, what?
There is a giant rat who leads the rats in Secret of Nim.
I'm the giant rat that makes all of the rules.
Mm.
What kind of trouble we can get ourselves into?
Oh my god. So, you get, I'm willing to say, 3/4 of the way towards the forest. At this point, Jeffrey and Janet are very flighty. At one point, Janet sort of just like looks over at you and she says, "Listen, Giles, I don't know what you're doing, but we're really getting to the edge of how far we can go before we can get back. I know whatever it is, you have a reason, but we are really testing our luck here. We don't want to disappoint you, but we don't want to disappoint Arabelle."
Let me tell you something, lad. Disappointing me is probably one of the biggest mistakes you can make. Disappointing Arabelle, that's one thing. But here is the skinny. I'm alive. And if I come back dead because of your mistakes, whoo, Arabelle will wear your heads like jewelry. Have some faith.
Janet just looks up at him and just looks up at you, and Jeffrey kind of just like slowly lowers his head and looks away, and she like walks over and puts a hand on your shoulder and leans in. "I respect you, Lord, You've given us a home and purpose. If you hold that hostage, and like she gives you this look of like, I can't say anything to you. You are my liege lord, but you know this is as close to slapping you as I fucking can. Like, she's livid. Hold on.
Oh, that's a lot of dice.
But wait, there's more.
Oh.
There's always a bigger dice roll.
Okay.
Oh.
So, roll me your mouse nature.
I believe that is 3. Yes. So I got plenty of fate and persona to use. So I'm gonna reroll those ones.
Oh boy. I'm gonna tell you right now, you would need to roll basically all 6s and explode them all a couple of times.
Nice.
It's probably not gonna work. So
She has 6 successes and you have -1.
if you were to reroll all of them, because here's the trick, Red. You're not rolling against her.
I know what I'm rolling again.
So thank you, by the way, Bon Gunner. That was his name. You can see that Janet gives you a look. Just lets go your shoulder, and she just sort of surrenders. She said her piece. She's not going to raise her hand against the person who's given her. She meant everything she said. She does trust you. They both trust you, but they're worried whatever is in your head is making you too risky.
Take me into the air.
Oh, God.
I know what you're doing. Have that fucking bird come down and grab me. I'm ready to go.
Oh, you think that? You think that, don't you?
Holy
So
that bird.
It's actually a bear that you were looking for.
Yes.
a couple of seconds go by, and they just kind of look at you. So we're gonna keep going then.
Aye.
All
If we
right.
don't find what we're looking for by sunrise, so be it.
All right, my lord. Let's go. And you go a little further in. You get right to the edge of the forest. You're probably like, at this point, in real feet, by the way, not mouse feet, real human feet, you're probably 100 feet from the forest. You can actually see it at this point. It's still the darkest point of the night. You're sitting at maybe 1 a.m. at this point. And make sure okay. So roll mouse nature again.
Yes. I should probably count myself as a failure for that last one.
Yes, you should.
Yeah, baby. I'm gonna explode the shit out of those.
Okay, go ahead.
That's Persona, right?
Fate.
Yes, it's a persona point.
I thought Persona was to add dice and Fate was to explode them.
Oh, I think you're right, actually. Let me just double check that.
I'm gonna explode the other one.
I think Fate is exploding.
Damn it.
You only have to pay 1 to blow them both up.
Yeah,
That's still lame as fuck.
Yeah, sorry, buddy. Double 3s.
that's
Bunga
fair.
bunga.
I mean, at least you didn't do as bad as last time, that's for sure. So, let me just make sure I got this right. That's... Okay, knowing that... Alright. So, Jeffrey and Janet are sort of around you in, like, not quite like a loose delta formation with you. You're leading the point, and they're sort of on the sides, their great swords sort of drawn, keeping an eye out. And you hear a sound. very close. Nothing. Nothing seems to be going on. Behind you, you just hear, Jeffrey? Jeffrey? And you can see, behind you is Janet. There is no sign of Jeffrey. Jeffrey? And she sort of raises her voice a little bit.
Oh, fuck.
You hear nothing for a little bit. Roll me another mouse nature. You wondered what I'm like when I'm terrifying, Red. you asked. You asked, buddy.
That's 3 successes.
Okay.
I'm gonna explode the 6. I don't trust you. Oh, yeah, I'm definitely exploding the 6.
You're gonna want to, buddy.
Oh.
You're looking at... Okay, that's another
4.
success. It's 4. And with them
2, 3,
adding into
4.
the pool... Okay. That is enough collectively. So... You... Nearby just hear it... and... About... From you, about like 5 to 6 mouse lengths behind you, you can see a stone and blood splattered on it. And on the other side, a little bit of tartan cloak like just fluttering in the night breeze. And Janice, Jeffrey! And she just runs over, blade drawn, looking left to right. And...
No! He's gonna like reach out and she starts running like, oh god, that's exactly what he wants you to do!
For Jeffrey, a fader persona. Okay, thank you, Bon.
For Jeffrey, give it to me, you ass.
So you reach out to stop her. Make me a. Oh man, this is interesting. Make me a fighter roll. You're trying to go faster than she's running, which is fair.
Yeah.
It's like catching. So
I'm one hell of a fighter, baby.
Another one for Red. There you go.
there you go, Red.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna give myself a persona back. I've been
Thank you,
fucking
bud.
racking up fit in persona. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, you're a good buddy.
Oh, wow, that's only 2 successes out of all that.
Okay, and yeah, so you can see that like you reach out to stop her, just go no, and as you do, like Janet just like sprints and she's past your hand as you reach out, just a little too slow. Like something about seeing, like in the second that Jeffrey was gone. Like you're kind of not, you're not stunned. You're kind of just like still recalculating. Your mind is processing like he was right there, and like, and you can see she runs over and like crouches down by the stone, just like Jeffrey, and like slowly lifts him up, and you can see like Jeffrey has a massive gash through his chest. It is so deep that it is what we would describe in the medical field as a sucking chest wound.
Oh no!
It has gotten deep enough where it has clipped a rib. It has clipped beneath a rib, and it has caught the lung. He is currently suffering from not one, but now 2 conditions.
No.
So, at the moment, he is injured, and he will qualify also as sick.
Why didn't he just dodge?
The rolls you guys were, the rolls you were making, forehead. The rolls you were making.
Skill issue.
That is a skill issue. You're right. So Jeffrey just weakly like, and as he does, you can hear like as like you can hear the sound of his. Basically, every breath is making his lungs start to collapse. I didn't see. I can't. It's very bright, isn't it? And she's like, no, it's fine. And just sort of like slaps him, just like reaches over and just, this is gonna hurt. I'm so sorry. And just, she pushes a finger into the wounded body. Just, like shrieks this high pitched shriek.
I'm fucking high guard right now. I got my sword like really high above my head. I'm waiting for that owl to come down. I'm gonna smack the shit out of it. I'm defending these 2.
Roll me your nature again, Red.
Oh god, what? I'm not a natural mouse.
Okay.
Hey,
Can I
I
use-
have a question, Omni. And I'm
Yes.
sorry to point this out, but when Red fails a nature roll, doesn't his nature go down?
No. It only goes down if it's not within his nature with the roll he's making.
Okay, good deal.
Because Red, you've been rolling to notice it. And you have failed multiple times. It has been stalking you.
I'm rolling to notice it right now, and I'm trying to think if any of my traits are applicable for
Oh,
this.
you're not rolling to notice it this time, Red. You're rolling something else. Roll me your nature.
What am I rolling? Because I want to see if I can use one of my traits.
I have looked over your traits. You cannot use any of these for this. You are just rolling nature, cowboy.
Oh,
You're rolling to die. There's not much you can do about it.
You know what? I will give
Vaughn
you.
gave you another.
I will give you
persona.
one wise. Your wild country wise. You can
Yeah.
add that to this. Specifically this.
Oh my god. No, I need to
I didn't
re-roll
think it would be making it worse.
No, okay, so
God!
with Bond, I have literally 8 fates stacked up, so I'm gonna start using
You
that.
can only
I'll be
use
real with
fate
you, Red.
on
I'll be real with you.
sixes.
Yeah, personas are the ones I'll let you. You can add dice to the pool if you'd like. I will.
Oh,
like, for
okay,
each
that's
for each persona, you can use that.
Okay.
And you still have a fair bit of persona stacked up there too. It's not too
Oh.
bad. You have like 6.
No,
That's
I've been spending them incorrectly, so I just swapped them around.
Oh, okay, that's fair. Oh yeah, then you're good. You're good.
So Persona's the one for re-rolling, right?
Correct.
Oh.
Well, not for re-rolling, but for adding more dice. So
Right.
it's every persona point spent is a die added. I'm not gonna lie, Red. You are gonna want to burn all your resources for this. You've been goading me for this shit. You get it. So
I love it when the GMs act out against me. No, I literally goad every single one of my GMs and DMs because I want something horrible to happen to my character.
you
Jeffrey.
got something.
Jeffrey did nothing.
Well, yeah, I mean, I feel bad, so it's something horrible to happen to my character.
One more to the
One
pool.
more to the
says
pool.
Vaughn.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna start fucking dumping dice into.
One persona point at a time per die, buddy. Let's see what you got.
Alright.
No ones. No ones.
Come on, baby. That's
Okay.
It's a
That's
success.
good.
So you're officially even. You're actually back at 0 now.
I'm working my way out of the
Yep.
hole, baby. I'm
Yes,
gonna
you
spend
are.
another one. I'm working my way out of the
Okay.
hole. That's one.
Okay. I'm going to tell you right now. That is enough for this. This is not a contested roll. That is a success.
Ooh.
So,
Nice.
Red, in
Yeah.
the distance, you hear something
Snares.
from way above you. You can't quite make out the direction. It's coming from a lot of different places at once. It's probably moving. And it's so soft that it kind of seems to be coming from everywhere vaguely above you. You just hear morsels. Morsels. Alone. In the dark. My luck. And it's the owl. The language of beasts is something taught to many mice in the Mouse Guard. You were taught it. This is an old dialect, root dialect, not anything like you would have heard in the Mouse Guard, but close enough. You can sort of catch edges of it. Why are you here? Morsels.
Despite Giles, like, in the whole situation about, like, Jeffrey getting, like, practically gored, he's gonna lower his sword, turn it, and plant it in the ground, and lean on it, and he doesn't even know where he's speaking, so he's just gonna, like, speak upwards, just generally. I come seeking your aid. Not as a morsel, but as an equal.
Equal. Funny. You're funny. Tell me, what have you to offer me? And nearby you hear a as nearby, you sort of like from behind you, you can hear the sound, the fluttering of wings. And when you turn to hear that creak, you look back and you see a branch fall and hit the ground. Almost like that soft as it lands on the spruce needles of it. That branch almost as thick around as two mice, cut cleanly by claws.
Giles isn't afraid. He's a big boy. Okay, hold on. I need to think about my words here. Look through my notes.
If you want, I will let you roll a Wild Country Wise and a Hunter roll to try to assess your situation. If you would like me to throw you a little look at what the situation you're in is.
I have an idea of what to offer him,
Okay.
but if that doesn't work, I would like to make that roll.
Okay. That's fair. That's available to you at any time, right?
In exchange for your aid, are ye familiar with the kingdom of mice that have settled in? Gauntlet?
Yes. The Black Maze. The Outcast. The Tyrant. Who? I've watched. I've seen. Children. Land dwellers fighting over land. Meaningless. Another creak as another branch snaps nearby and lands. Gently. This one closer.
See, owls are intimidating to like human-sized people. like, you know, like you've seen one of the motherfuckers come down and like start attacking somebody's head and like fucking claw the shit out of them.
Yeah, I had an eagle on my arm at one point in the Boy Scouts. I got to wear the gauntlet. Man, you know, you don't realize that a bald eagle can literally peel the scales off a fish with its bare claws so you have it land on your arm and squeeze.
Jesus.
And even through that gauntlet, I got bruises.
Yeah,
Like,
they're
and I'm
strong,
not
but-
a fucking mouse. So, yeah, I feel you. You're still not sure what kind of owl this is yet, by the way. There are many different kinds.
Oh, sure. In exchange for your aid, I'll allow you to eat the usurper.
Morsel. Interesting. You offer me a king. But kings of the land are meaningless up here. To me, you're all just morsels. This time you hear a shh sound as you turn around and you see like someone took an axe and carved through stone behind you. And it's just like this gash that for a human to be like a 7-foot gash appearing on a brick wall behind you. It's that level of like stone damage. You offer me politics. I care not for him. But maybe. Morsel, you bring weapons, don't you?
I don't go anywhere without me a weapon. Same as you don't.
Behind you hear a crunch, and standing behind you, about 3 body lengths from you, is a barn owl, fully adult. And out of the black of the night, just this, all you can really tell, and the only reason you can really tell it's a barn owl, is because the only thing that seems to be reflecting any light is its barn-like face in the shadows. Its single oval-like face and its eyes, bright yellow, as it turns to address you. You can see its head slowly rotate, almost like a face floating in nothing as it gets closer. Steel is meaningless to me. I am a brigade of your people. I ask about your fire and your thunder. I watched you land. My eyes see leaves, and even while I rest, I hear lightning and smell blood. You wield fire. Do you not? You can see one of its claws on the stone, slightly dragging, leaving little ruts, and you can see blood dripping from only one of the talons.
Giles, as he's like turned around to face him and the sword is in front of him, he like steps around and steps in front of the sword, and Giles is just has his hands folded in front of himself like he genuinely does not have any fear of this thing. He's already made his peace with Ereball and told her what might happen, so it's not like he has anything to fear right now. And stands up, chest forward, bold, chin up. Aye, fire. Be it metaphorical or literal.
God. I have prey that needs killing, but not your mice. I will eat as I like, when I like. I care not for your kings or your peasants, merely your flesh. It is enough for me. But your fire brings opportunity. The owl hops down. No sound as this creature easily, for you, 12 times your height, gently alights on the ground, doesn't even unfold its wings, silently walks slowly around the little space where you have. Not even quite a hop, just like slowly stalking forward. Its face nearly invisible when not looking at you, but then slowly as it looks back to you, its face cast in moonlight. Slowly moving closer to Janet and Jeffrey. There's another like me. A rival. Deliver me his kingdom. I will deliver you aid. We are not equals, but be useful. And you may have my thanks.
Well by done. Point me in a direction.
Slowly turns and looks up at the moon. The moon it's about 1 o'clock, so it's a little at an angle. We're at the point now where it's starting to set. He looks up at the moon, looks at you, its head swiveling strangely, without any other motion. He turns and raises one vast wing and points slightly northwest. There. The northwest point, the edge of this place. And for anyone looking at the map, he is pointing. I'm going to just close all these. I'm going to have to actually I have to hide that. Oh, thank God I can double click those. The little things you learn before you get to run one of these games, you know?
Mhm.
So you're currently right. If I can get this thing. You are currently here. The owl's great wing is pointing this way. Many days' travel for you. A night's flight for me.
Take me there. I'll do it now.
You presume much. You earn. You must do it yourself. One mouse will do nothing. You will need fire. And he brings with him friends. Slowly reaches out with his bloody claw and draws in this. It's sort of like this far. Like in this area, you're starting to notice like it's getting kind of cold a little bit. So there's like a little bit of like a frost on the ground as it drags its claw and it draws a very recognizable shape of a bat's wings. Many friends. You cannot stand against them without your fire. Take back my kingdom. Deliver it to me. And maybe I shall help you the way you seek. You want an ally. You shall have favor of a god. He leans down, and you can see his face getting closer to Jeffrey and Janet. And Janet just sort of like leans back on her blade, sort of like angling it at the owl's beak. It's getting closer. Morsels. Fresh blood. I am very hungry. Slowly turns his head towards you. How much is this worth to you, mouse? One morsel to spare hundreds.
I have value in kinship. You may not, but I do. I need the two of them to help me in this endeavor. And if you're asking mice to take on them for you, you obviously ain't in a position yourself to do it. So don't act so proud and high and mighty, and I shan't either. I understand this position that I'm in, but you're not going to lord that over me. You can kill me, sure, but not before I wreak fucking havoc on that body of yours.
The owl slowly curves his head up and stretches his body back, and you can hear creaking and soft fluttering of feathers as he sort of fluffs himself up, turns away from Jeffrey and Janet, and slowly walks towards you, and leans his head down. Yes, I will. You don't know. You can't. How could you? You are but land creatures. So small. So fragile. You bear no blades. You make them. And he drags his wings slowly across the ground, and you can see like dust begin to kick up. You walk the ground so sure. And yet, Did you even hear your friend as I clawed through? I could have killed him. I will admit. I didn't want to. I want to see what you're like. And your arrogance. And he reaches over, and I'm gonna just straight up. Feel free to make a fighter roll if you would like.
I'll fucking kill him barehanded. I don't give a shit.
Okay.
Don't need my sword.
Jeffrey.
Make sure I got this right.
I will kill you. I will kill this out. I'll kill you with my bare hands. Oh, that's good for me.
That is.
Wow, that's really good for
That's
me.
really good.
No, that's not good for me.
That's not good for you. That's
I'm
really
gonna
not good for
reroll.
you.
I'm gonna reroll every single one of those.
Okay. You know what?
Start with number 1. Boop. That's a success. Okay. Let me roll another one. Ah. Okay, so let's see. I have 1, 2 successes, 3 traitors, so I just broke even with that 5. Okay, so need to roll 2 more successes. Yes. Okay, I'm gonna explode that.
Okay.
Come on, baby. Yes. Okay.
Okay.
So that puts me at 2 successes, right?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and that's 1. I need to re-roll. Okay, I just need to get another success, right?
You already beat it. You have beat it. It's its roll basically struck all. It was 1. It was just 1, so you beat it.
Yes.
Okay, so you managed to see what's coming. This thing doesn't lash out with a talon or a beak. It's just its wing. But its wing is like timber. How would you? What's your first reaction? How does Giles defend himself?
Giles is the kind of person that doesn't just like defend. He's the kind of person that just like goes on the offense in response to things. So he's gonna like grab onto the wing as it's coming, and he's gonna like go up it and like punch him in the face. It might not really do anything, but Giles is very forward and like aggressive. He's very much a berserker.
All right, so yeah,
1997.
you leap at this. So you actually did manage to beat this thing by 1. And the only reason you did is because he's attacking with his wings, not his talons. Even with a pass roll, he would have beat that. But you managed to sort of leap at him and grab onto the feathers of his wing. And, you know, you're getting ready to sort of do like that, kind of like leap up to the face thing. But it's dragging its wing across the ground. And all you can do is just cling on for dear life. Like a flag on the end of a flagpole.
You play the Shadow of the Colossus music as I'm like climbing up.
Yeah, exactly. You are literally you're like that character from Shadow of the Colossus as the rocking happenings, and all you can do is just be like, oh fuck, and just watch your stamina bar go down. His feathers are incredibly dense. You get the very distinct feeling he will reduce any incoming damage naturally from how dense his feathers are. And as he's dragging his feather along the ground, he brings his wing up and sort of just sees you there, and just unfurls. Make me. Oh man.
That leveled up my fighter, by the way.
Nice.
I would hope so. After that,
yeah.
you earned that. Oh man, make me a health roll.
Yeah, can't wait to get splatted like a fucking zit. Let's see. Oh, that's really good. Okay,
Yeah, that's pretty
Nice.
solid. I like that. That's
Yeah.
nice.
nothing but successes, baby.
Yeah.
Chalice, use your teeth. Yeah, I should have bit him. You're right.
Mhm.
There you go.
Oh
So
my god.
Looks like
So-
Christmas.
you just get flung. Like before, you grabbed onto its feathers, and then it just, and as it does, you feel the feathers just slide out of your hands because they're all fluff. They're all fluff and soft and almost like slippery. You just find yourself like you're not holding anything, and suddenly you're flying, and you just feel a thud against wood.
For a moment, Giles was like, "It's that easy." He's like holding onto the feathers as he's flying, and he just hits the fucking wall.
And you now have the injured condition.
Yeah.
As you immediately feel like a crack, and you like one of your ribs is definitely broken. Just instantly on impact, you can definitely feel like your back is a little messed up. That hurts. Like immediately, it goes from like shock to fire along your chest and back, just up and down, like an arc of electricity as you hit the ground. And slowly the owl turns back towards you. I don't mind arrogance, but you do need to understand something. We will never be equal. You're not made to be. It's not bad. It's no sin to be small. But nature has a way. You will never be my equal. I do need your help. I could do without it, but it's so much easier to have morsels fight my battles. If you win, you win, and you will have earned my help. And if you lose, I have food. I win either way. But your bravery is impressive. Most can't countenance my presence. And it slowly turns around and sort of fluffs itself at Janet, who just immediately just drops her sword, just like scrambles back towards her brother, like hand still in her brother's chest, and you can just hear like Jeffrey howl for a second, his clutch, like scrambling back, keeping her hand inside of the wound in his chest.
Giles like gets himself back up to his feet, like, "Oh, I'm not gonna be on my fucking guts for this," and he's gonna manage to get to his feet, and he's gonna like pop a few things in his shoulder and his back, and he's gonna like lift his chin up and give him crazy eyes, like, "Yeah, we're not equal."
It's the only reason I want your help. You're brave. And stupid. But that's good. I need stupid and brave. Slay my rival. Surrender me my kingdom. And you will have my claws and beak and feathers, and wherever you gaze will be death. There has never been an owl's mouse, and yet here you are. Servant. And immediately just one push of his wings and he's gone. Just into the night. No sign of him. You can just see just Janet like practically hyperventilating behind the stone, like hand in her brother's chest, like, "Jeffrey, I'm so sorry, are you okay?" "I'm fine. I'm fine. Ow. Ow."
Giles is gonna go grab his sword. He's just gonna like wrap his hand around it and like pull it out of the dirt and like look up at the night sky. And he's just gonna have this look on his face, and Janet and Jeffrey can just both see the look on his face, like, "When I'm done and I've helped you, I am going to kill you.
Mm-mm. Jaina kind of just like follows your eyes back up, then back down. Come on. Help me with him. He'll bleed out if we don't get him back soon. Please. I beg of you. And she like tries to lift him and just you immediately like Jeffrey just howl and just like hands onto his chest. This is going to suck. I'm so sorry. Just digs her hand into the dirt and just smears it across his chest. And he just hisses. And she just takes her cloak and ties it as tight around as she can. Okay. Water. And she takes her flask and pours it over his chest. And I'm gonna see if I can't get... Good.
Nice.
Her medicine skills are not too terrible. She was always the one who was patching Jeffrey up, in fairness. So, you can see as she pours the water over this makeshift, like, bandage, the water sticks the cloak to his chest, creates a seal, immediately begins blossoming with blood, but, like, it's not like... It was gushing out of him a minute ago. Like, this is stopping somewhat.
He's gonna, like, go over to the situation and just look down at Jeffrey. Should be proud of that one, lad. That's one hell of a scar to survive.
Thanks. It's really hard to stay focused. It's very bright out. Wasn't it night? And you can see, like, he's blinking. He's in and out. If you guys don't get him back to the caravan soon, he will die.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, and Giles is just gonna, like... He's gonna look over at Janet and, like, hand her his sword. And Giles clearly has, like, a feeling of guilt about him. But she knows... She can tell, like, underneath all that, this had to be done. And that was, like, the least worst outcome that could have came from that. So, he's just, rocking with it. And Giles never hands his sword to anyone. So, he's making a special excuse for this occasion. And he's going to hand it to her. Don't drop it.
Of course. She leans back and grabs her sword and slides it back in. She holds it in her hands.
That's going to be the sword that finishes the traitor. You understand? He will be made from his own machinations.
Yes, my lord.
He's going to pick up Jeffrey and start carrying him back.
Jeffrey howls in pain as you do, but you go into the dark. Your trip back. I'm gonna say make me a health roll. Bear in mind, you are injured, so you are at -1 die.
I'll do me best. That's a success.
That is a success. That's what I needed. So you, despite your ribs, despite the incredible pain, despite bearing an entire mouse's weight, you manage...
I'm tough and I'm tall, baby. I can fucking handle it.
100%. Rage is a hell of an anesthetic, to quote a certain Mass Effect character, and you are 100% pissed. As you're running along, like jogging, carrying Jeffrey, like occasionally you can see Jeffrey's eyes like flutter, and he mumbles something half coherently, and then his eyes sort of like go out again, and like he's in and out and in and out.
I'm gonna blow on his face as I'm running. Like I'm gonna like heave into his face to keep him awake. Just and his breath smells like rum.
Yeah. Like he occasionally wakes up like, hi, and like he like stays. He's still here, but he's gonna need to get to a medicine mouse immediately. As you're running back, at one point, you do hear like a sound as you are running along, and that is unmistakably the sound of a rattler. And then you just hear and the rattle's just gone. And as you go a little further forward, you can just see this 6-mouse long splatter of blood and a trench dragged through the sand. And the only sign besides that is a couple of scales against a stone a little further up, like flensed from this thing that's been lifted off the ground bodily. From the shape of like the indent as you run by, that thing was nearly 6 feet long.
Big snake. Jeez.
What?
Big ass fucking snake.
What?
So like, other than that, as you run back, strange. There's nothing. No sounds, no crickets, no birds. It's dead silent the whole way back. And when you get back, it is like the crack of morning. Like the sun is just beginning to peer back over the horizon. And you can see like you can see your tortoise ahead. Everyone's starting to get ready to go. And Arabelle's conducting everyone, and she turns over and sees you coming around the stones. She just... Oh, St. Bogdan, get a medic! And, like, she runs over, and, like, 3 to 4 of the mice come running over and immediately, like, grab Jeffrey, and you could hear them asking questions. What happened? What the fuck were you doing? What, you know, a million things. Arabelle, like, grasping your hand, like, your shoulder and shaking, like, what the fuck were you doing? And then sees your chest, and as you look down, like, black and blue. Your whole right side. Even through the fur, you can see it. And, like, she immediately stops, like, shaking you, and just like, oh, he needs a medic too. Get someone else, get him another medicine mouse. And as she's doing this, you look up and you see, like, the very first rays of light out of the shadow of a tree. Just like one of the lights, like, hits the topmost, like, leaves, topmost needles. And see a moon-like face looking at you. Slowly turn. And then silently spread its wings and just disappear into the forest as the light slowly creeps over the topmost boughs. I'm going to say that you definitely worked towards him this session.
Owl moment.
Yeah. Didn't achieve it, but you did work
Certified
towards it.
owl, barn owl moment.
Yeah.
This is a certified owl moment.
There's still barns out here, so he's more like a homeless owl.
Oh, God.
Certified owl classic.
I should ask that, like,
Real barn shit. Damn, son. you're
Oh,
like
okay.
owl.
Interestingly, the reason why is because it has a propensity to nest in barns or groups of hay bales.
Yeah.
Because it'll naturally go...
Yep.
Yeah, but it'll go in any loose straw-like material. So it'll do the same thing, which is the reason why I had it where it was, in, like, say, pine needles, things like that. That forest is littered with them.
Obviously, they had to live in the wild at some point. It's not like barns just grow in the forest.
Right. And there's no mouse barn big enough for something like that.
Finally, a naturally occurring barn.
So then,
We'll just buy barns from the local forest.
Well, the barns don't grow on trees.
I am also going to say that now you are also, for spending the night out, tired.
Yes.
So you are currently working on -1 to disposition for all conflicts, which means any fight you're in, you have 1 less hit point effectively going into it. Tired is rough. So it is a long night, or what is, well, I guess, a long morning, as everyone's getting ready to move, as most of your men are getting ready to move. The Wolfram Healer is hard at work with Jeffrey. And I imagine, like, are you watching? Are you, like, you know, by his side? Like, what's the deal? What are you doing? Because I imagine they would have just, like, taken a look, like, taken 5 seconds looking and be like, those are broken ribs. Best we can do is give you painkillers. Here, chew on these leaves every day. That's it. So after that, you're free to do whatever you need to do.
Yeah, he would just be watching Jeffrey from afar. He's gonna approach Janet because Janet's probably like, not happy with him.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. Jeffrey stabilizes
That's
over
good.
the morning hours.
Good.
It's close though. The
Yeah,
medicine
yeah.
mouse sews up his chest, and like there is a brief period where you do hear screaming. You realize like the only way to handle a wound like that is to partially cauterize it. So likewise, he has been sort of patched up with like a small patch in his lung, like a small patch in like his lower chest to seal up that hole. So, before the medicine mouse leaves, like they would tell you straight up, if he walks again in the next 3 days, he will die. Then there'll be nothing they can do to save him. If any of those patches come undone, he won't be strong enough to cauterize that wound again. So, keep him immobile. And the Wolfram healer returns back to one of the other... What is another tortoise where a lot of the healers work out of? So, they would probably have to work with the apothecary on that.
Right.
You can go ahead as you approach Janet. I figure probably shortly after that. That's probably when like the operation is over. Janet this entire time has been like on the other side of the tortoise, just like peering through her fingers, looking like not able to move, just like paralyzed with fear as she watches her brother being operated on. And after hearing that, you just see her just slowly slide her head into her hands. Just breathe. This long, deep exhale. For the first time, like, it seems like hours.
His big, tall form would just sort of like approach from behind and would be casting a shadow over her before he reaches her.
She's never let down the sword, by the way. Like, it's been in her lap the whole time.
I don't think I properly told you who made that sword.
No, you didn't.
It's midnight. Tyrant himself. I was younger than you when he attempted his coup. And I remember him. I remember he handed me that sword, told me to take good care of it. Said I looked reckless. The kind to stick it in things and not clean it proper. You know. He was right. I am reckless. And I've realized that. No matter how old you get, you're still learning new things all the time. I made a mistake. I shouldn't have taken the two of you out with me. If I wanted to go out there on a mission that would lead to somebody getting gravely injured, I would have done it myself. I was brash, I was foolish, I was arrogant. Make no mistake, it's not going to happen again. And we got lucky this time, and that won't happen again. I'd like the two of you to just stay here.
She looks up at you through like the hands on her face. She slowly reaches down, takes the sword out of her lap, and just holds it up to you.
He'd reach out and take it in his gauntleted fist. He'd look her in the eyes. This sword means a lot more than just a weapon to me. There's a lot of history behind it. A lot of regret, hate, anger, and of course plenty of battles. But we don't fight because we like fighting. We fight because we gotta do what's best for the rest of us. We make those sacrifices. I'm glad that your brother weren't one of them. But now he's gonna bear forever A mark that will remind him why we stick together as mice. Why we fight. Because there are them out there that will kill us as soon as they get the chance.
She lets go of the sword and lets you take it. And she slowly stands up and just sort of dusts her lap off. He means more than a brother to me. He is history. And yeah, there's mistakes, and pain, anger. He means more to me than this sword. And you. I'll be back. I can't be here. And she just turns around and walks out of the room. And you just see her, like, walk off into the rest of the caravan.
He sort of expected that response, and he just watched her go.
Slowly close that scene up, and I think we can, like, as it sort of pans up, we're gonna finish. There's one final thing before the expedition heads out. Natalie, I believe you were gonna ask something of Duran. Did you still want to do that?
Yes, we don't have to roleplay it. I just wanted to find out what information he has about how dangerous the journey to the Fox's Den will be.
Interestingly enough, he has a a unique little story about that. He'll save you the details. The reason he's called Duran the Numb, his back was broken by a kit.
Fox kit.
And that was up north. There was a brief time when the foxes and the snakes went to war. He was a champion, along with Adagast, and his martial equal. Until the fox pinned him underneath its claw, and pushed until he heard something pop. It took him about 10 years to learn to walk again. And he was one of the lucky ones. They went with a brigade of weasels. There were 10 survivors, including him. The only person who wasn't injured was Adagast. And Adagast pulled all their bodies on a chain of sleds for like 5 leagues just to get them back. They never tried to attack the Fox's Den again. And Midnight has refused to push that far. He has pushed as far as the Serpent's Lair. That's about it. So basically, Serpent's Run is as far as Midnight is willing to go. Any further than that, he will not commit. So you guys are well and truly going well beyond his ability to fight. Granted, you have better arms and weapons than anything they have, but fewer people. So it will be a hell of a fight. If you take Serpent's Run, you might have a jumping off point. That's the only hope you got. If you can't take Serpent's Run, you're not taking the Fox's Den.
Yeah, if we can't kill some snakes, we're not killing foxes.
Pretty much. And I think when you're talking to him at the last one, you hear the sound of ringing bells as the rest of the tortoises begin to move, and the expedition rises and the ground trembles as the mouse expedition slowly begins to leave the settlement behind. I think that is where we will close the session after the day.
Awesome. Banger session, Omni. I love watching Red suffer. It's great.
Yeah, I like watching me suffer too. Folks, I like running games, I like playing in games, and I'm a sadomasochist. So I like bad things happening to my characters, I like bad things happening to my players' characters. So
Oh, yeah.
This is great. I love pushing my GMs to their limits to see what they will do to fuck with me.
Agree.
Oh,
That was
I've been-
wonderful.
I've been very slowly taking off the kids' gloves, guys.
I know.
I am Rock Lee. I am removing one weight at a time right now.
Remember, kids, to eat your Rock Lee. Grow up big and strong.
Eat that broccoli.
I love you
Love
guys.
Rock Lee.
Thank you so much as always for playing my game. Truly
Love
is
you,
wonderful.
man. Thank you for
Thank
running
you.
it. I have a great time.
You're a hypnotic villain. Like, I'm like sucked in the whole time. You're just like, I'm an
Very
owl.
sneaky.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Thank you. I don't tend to do big bombastic villains. I tend to do that, or
Linger on the every word kind of villain.
yeah, or occasionally just every villains. I love the kind of villain that, like, if it weren't that they were a villain, you would have coffee with them. Because that to me is way more appealing. Everyone knows, like, liches and monsters and this sort of shit. Where you're like, who the fuck would serve that? But then there's like that occasional terrible human being who just happens to have this stunningly magnetic personality, and you're like, how are you such a dick? Like,
Why are you such a fucking asshole?
yeah, you didn't need to do this, but they did anyway. And I love those kind of
You're
characters.
so cool.
Oh,
So,
yeah. Well, I love it. It is fantastic.
I do too.
thank you, buddy.
Let's do our shout outs, Natalie. Where can people find you?
On Saturday or Friday. What's today? Today's Wednesday. Yeah. So
Yeah.
Friday, you can find me here playing some zombie games with Derek, Red, and Omni. Are you in that one?
No,
I'm sorry.
JJ.
Not
and
Fridays, but
Elise and Soul.
That's right. Saturday, it is Covet Syndicate with these awesome people, as well as Elise and Jihan.
Oh yeah,
The end of the world, baby.
yeah.
Next Thursday, not Lancer, sorry, Call of Cthulhu.
Mhm.
And then
Yes.
we're back into everything. Otherwise, I'm on Twitter at LedZozoBeans, and that's it for me.
Awesome. Thank you, babe. Appreciate it. Red, what's up, dude?
Hey folks, I'm Red. I'm one of the three primary colors. I am a content creator in the Twitter and Twitch sphere at VA Redemption on Twitter and Redemption VA on Twitch. I stream every Thursday. It's a back and forth between Cyberpunk Red. Tomorrow at 2 p.m. CST, the second to last episode of Season 1. Omni's a part of that. Shit's coming to a head. How much more can I bully my characters? Probably not that much. I need to give them a little bit of leeway before I fuck with them super hard in the last session. But other than that, like I said, every other Thursday is going to be Call of Cthulhu, which is kept by Derek, who literally has my fucking heart rate, like literally gives me heart palpitations from the fucking tenseness of things going on.
That's what I aim
It's
at.
fucking awesome. And I'm on Derek's channel a lot. I'm on Derek's channel Wednesdays, not Thursdays. Yeah, he's on my channel on Thursday.
Yeah.
And Fridays with the zombie game now, and Saturdays, every single Saturday, I'm either running Lancer, as was said, or I'm going to be on Covet Syndicate as well. I'm trying to think. I'm working on a book. I'm working on 2 books. I'm writing a TTRPG, and I'm in the preparation phase of writing my novel for NaNoWriMo. It's going to be. I actually have a title. I can't believe I came up with the title for it. It's called Branded. It's going to be a speculative fiction on far distant alternative universe, but the effects of like capitalism and that sort of thing. And yeah, I'm looking forward to sharing more details with you guys on that. But for now, just keep up with me on Twitter and stuff. So yeah, that's me. Thanks for having me, guys. I always love giving you shit and
Oh, yeah, man.
playing.
Thank you
Playing
for
good.
being here, dude. I appreciate it.
Thank
Great
you.
to have you. Omni, what's happening, bro?
Hello, everyone. I'm the Last Omnitect, your favorite robot American, and you guys catch me on my own channel every Thursday and every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. EST. Every Thursday, we do the Stellar Forge, I'm tired. Every Thursday, we do the Breakfast Club, where everyone bring your own food, come and hang out, because it is your breakfast date with me and the TTRPG community. Come kick your feet up, relax, watch as we play video games, talk about whatever's going on in the community, whatever projects I got on the burner, and just have a good time together. No strings attached, no major events planned. As for this week, actually, for the record, we're doing the Halloween event for Destiny,
Oh, nice.
because it's in season, and it's super cool, and it's mech themed. So if
I
you
heard the
ever wanted,
sniper's pretty good.
it's really good. And if you ever wanted to literally play a GM sniper from Gundam, you can. They even have the full skin, so it's pretty good stuff. Other than that, Saturdays, the Stellar Forge, 10:30 a.m. EST. Join me as we world build and do that together as a community, building the settings and games I'll be playing with these guys and with my other crews as well. We have the Wild Skies of Etanria setting, a Spelljammer D&D setting, which if you've ever liked the sets from Zendikar or Shards of Alara, you will like this setting. If you are interested in a little more science fiction, maybe Legacy, Storytelling the World of Tomorrow is your speed, where I build my far future setting that I'm finally working full time on.
Let's go.
And then finally, I'm also building my Summoner setting, which is a high fantasy, I guess, pet/Pokemon, Digimon-esque style setting. And so if you're ever interested in playing a game in that, keep an eye out. All these I'm working on the channel, and a couple of things more, including possibly more commissions for other projects I'm involved in. And then finally, a big heads up. The first week of November, you might not see me anywhere. November 1st through November 7th and 8th, big fuzzy, I will be moving transcontinental across the United States.
Let's go.
My ass will not be available.
Hell yeah.
But after that, I'll be in my own with a new studio space, working with a person that I love, and being able to work on this 100% full-time. And my schedule will open up. I will be running at very least 4 streams a week, and I'll be running 2 games plus Mouse Guard on my channel.
Let's go.
So keep an eye out, folks. It's going to be nuts. And also a Legacy eventually here. So keep an eye out for that.
Cannot wait.
That's me, buddy. Thank you as always for letting me run this game every other week. It's a blast.
Dude, fuck yeah. Thank you for running it, man. I really appreciate it. I love the game. I love the setting. It's a lot of fun. And
Thanks,
I love you GMing also.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Alright. Well, thank you, chat, for being here. I love you guys. I appreciate you. I'm very tired. I'm going to go brush my teeth and fall asleep. If you like what you saw, you can catch us live on Friday at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time with Friday Night Zombies, hosted by Souls Rolls. On Saturday, Ampersand D20 hosts Blood War. It's a 5e hell crawl at noon 30 Central Standard Time, if I forgot the time already. 6:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, Covet Syndicate, my homebrew 5e setting. Shit's getting crazy. We are hitting the spiral. Things are about to get really fucking wild, so don't miss that. On Sunday, Legend of Five Rings Heart of an Empire at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time, hosted by Lost Haven Art. Samurai Sundays, baby. And then Death Roll is my other 5e homebrews campaign that is very Elden Ring, very Dark Souls, supervillain style campaign. So check that out if you'd like. And then I do not believe that we are having what's it called? Dark Heresy next week. But stick around. We might be doing something else. See y'all. I love you. We're raiding into Gamer Sludge. Good night, everybody.